Commissioners Cavell. Here. Erickson Galt. Here. Gershenson. Here. Gingell is excused with prior notice. Hoffman.
Present.
Johnson.
Present.
Joliet. Here. Long.
Here.
Lubes.
Here.
Markham. Here. Miller.
Here.
Nelson.
Here.
Powell.
Here.
Smiley.
Here.
Smith Charles is excused with prior notice. Spiz.
Present.
Taylor.
Here.
Weipert.
Here.
Woodward.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. I will call on the Honorable Commissioner Lenny Taylor to give the invocation for this night's meeting, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Taylor, if you can rise, if you're able to rise, please rise.
Thank you. Almighty God, as we are gathering today for this meeting, we humbly ask for your guidance. Please bless our efforts with wisdom, clarity, and a spirit of collaboration. May our words and actions reflect your love and grace, and may the outcomes of this meeting bring positive change and benefit to all of Oakland County. We offer this prayer in your Son's holy name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Next up is approval of minutes dated April 8th, moved by Commissioner Lube, seconded by Commissioner Smiley. All in favor of approving the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Let the record reflect that the minutes have been approved. We'll move on to approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda? Moved by Commissioner Long, seconded by Commissioner Taylor. There was an item that was moved.
Oh, did it get moved, or I just need to refresh?
I think you should be able to, actually, I don't know if I told the people to do this. 1 second.
Okay.
The request to adopt revised fee structure to establish uniform late fee and updated expiration dates for delinquent dog licenses because of the dog law of 1919 is going to be moved to the regular agenda. So
Yeah, okay.
moved by Long, supported by Lubes to move the agenda. Commissioner Lubes.
On our agenda, our next item is presentations. First, we might move the proclamations to the bottom of the agenda.
Okay. Yeah, we'll just move forward. We'll wait until they attend. We can insert the proclamations. Commissioner Cavell.
Thank you, Chair. Can we move from the consent agenda 10E and 12C onto the regular agenda?
(10E) and what?
12C. The donation of motor.
To accept the donation. Commissioner Lau. So we'll make it part of the amendment. Those three items, the dog licenses and the two items just mentioned, and staff is paying attention. So we'll get through some of the other stuff, and then we'll refresh, and the agenda will reflect that. So it's been moved by Long, seconded by Taylor. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Let the record reflect that the agenda is approved. So this moves us to presentations, and again, there's some individuals that we'll be presenting proclamations to, and when they arrive, we might interrupt the meeting to do that. But we will jump right to the presentation of the state of the Circuit Court and state of Probate Court. And I will call on our judges to, do we have the, oh, we do. Okay, so first, no stranger to this august body. It's good to see you, Your Honor, and welcome, and thank you for making the pilgrimage to come give us an update on all the activities of the Circuit Court.
Thank you.
It's good to see you. Everybody, Judge Mattis is a former county commissioner, and we're always happy to see him come. So the floor is yours to give us a brief overview of all the fun activities happening at the Circuit Court.
Yes. Thank you very much, Chairman Wilbert. Thank you to Vice Chair Gershenson, Clerk Brown, to everyone. Sorry to turn my back to you, but the layout of the room forces that. Yes, as mentioned, I was a county commissioner at one time. I have a lot of fond memories in this room. of service on the county commission, a lot of friends, a lot of folks that were here when I served, a lot of new folks who have joined since I left, but I do always appreciate the opportunity to come back here and to speak to you. So tonight, I understanding the word brief is key here, and that I have been known to give what's called a filibuster from time. I'll do my best to keep this brief. But I'm here tonight to give the state of the circuit court. And so just want to present some information in that regard to you. So our Oakland County Circuit Court is one of the largest circuit courts in the state in terms of size, obviously population of the county, number of cases, number of judges, all the data. We have 20 elected circuit court judges in Oakland County. We have 8 juvenile referees, 19 friend of the court referees, with essentially 2 divisions. We have a civil criminal division, of which 12 judges preside, and family division, which is 8 judges. And we have 2 business court judges who handle, as you would guess, business court cases. So examples of the types of proceedings that we handle are sort of laid out on the screen. Many different things: criminal cases, felonies, misdemeanors, high misdemeanors if they're with a felony. Obviously, your local district courts handle the misdemeanor cases. We handle misdemeanors if they're tied to a felony. Civil cases over $25,000. Could be anything imaginable. Could be a car accident case, a slip and fall, a wrongful termination. Could be a dispute between 2 neighbors who live on a lake and perhaps don't agree on a property line, and there's a fight about that. Many different things. Juvenile delinquency, criminal cases involving juveniles. We handle those as well. Those could be everything from a minor, relatively minor retail fraud or shoplifting case to a serious felony. Adoptions, divorce, custody, paternity actions, PPOs, ERPOs, which are the emergency risk protection orders, more of a newer endeavor that we handle, very important. We handle setting aside convictions, people who've been convicted of crimes, who time has gone by, and they are now asking to have the conviction set aside. And there's requirements under the law that we have to follow in that. Election matters, name changes, appeals from the district court, many, many different things. I won't go through all of them up there. They're laid out there on the screen. Caseload statistics. So we're very statistics, very data-driven in terms of our numbers. It's all available by division. You can see for civil criminal for the year 2025, we'd be pending is, active cases. We had 6,427 pending cases at the beginning of the year, 12,334 new filings. New cases filed in the span of a year. Reopened cases. You might ask, well, how does a case get reopened? Well, let's say someone, for example, on a criminal case is put on probation. If they comply with the terms of probation, then the case essentially just moves along, and there really may not be a court hearing that's needed. If there's an allegation they violated probation, all of a sudden it comes back, and it may require a hearing and a proceeding that the judge needs to handle. So we disposed of 12,982 cases during the course of the year, civil criminal cases, and then you see the ending pending. Domestic cases, obviously the numbers there, the high point there is we're disposing of more cases than new filings, so we're moving the dockets, but obviously we start the year with cases and end the year with the numbers shown there. So the numbers are dropping in terms of the disposition, certainly in domestic. Domestic cases, similar situation. You might have a case where people get divorced, and the divorce is finalized. A little time goes by, and there might all of a sudden be a change. Something happens. Maybe a parent wants to move. The child is in school. Want to change the residency. Want to change the school. There's a petition, a request to change custody. You could have many things that cause a case that has really been resolved to all of a sudden sort of come alive again, and the judge needs to handle it. So those are a lot of the things that we deal with, where cases may seem to be resolved, but all of a sudden at some future point, they need to be addressed. Juvenile matters are there. Sort of the bottom line, if you look at the numbers, 2025, all new filings was over 22,000. 2019, and we use 2019 because it was before COVID. The COVID, obviously during COVID, things were changed a lot. So we don't think that was really accurate data for a period of time there. So if you go to the year before COVID, 22,347. So we have actually more new filings now, a smaller amount, but more than we did pre-COVID. And we sort of put it in a nice graph. You can see various things, the PPOs, which are very time sensitive. People come to court, request a PPO, could be because there's a concern for their safety, and it needs to be handled on a very quick type basis, emergency type situation frequently. And you can see from the graph, the numbers of PPOs are going up in terms of the cases that we need to handle. Civil criminal, similarly, numbers are going up. And again, this is civil and criminal combined, both the civil lawsuits as well as the criminal matters. So every few years, the Michigan Supreme Court does a study, and they look at all the data for the whole state of Michigan, and they determine how many judges does each court need. And they come out with a recommendation. And sometimes they say you're correct, you have the correct number of judges. Sometimes they say you need more, sometimes they say you need less. And so the recent study, and this is the bottom line for us, if you look, they recommended 15 additional judges initially. Now, upon further looking at the data and considering it, they ultimately changed that to 4. But they're saying they believe, based on all the data, the number of cases, the disposition, moving everything forward on a timely basis, that our workload is such that they believe we need 4 additional judges. So that is something, obviously, that we've looked at, that we agree the data is there to support it, so we agree with the Supreme Court. Certainly it's something we would have to come to you. There's a lot of detail with that. If you're going to add judges, you need courtrooms, you need staff, so there's certainly budget implications there. We've had discussions with Executive Coulter's office in the context of our budget, which we'll be back to you on. Frankly, I think we want to be reasonable, and so our thinking is 4 is probably a little aggressive, but we certainly could use 2. No question about it, and the numbers support it. So happy to have further discussions, and if you want more detail on that, happy to provide it to you. But that's something obviously going forward. Just so you know the process, in addition to having it approved here, we have to get it through Lansing. So there has to be a bill, and so it's not a quick, easy, one-night type situation. This is a lengthy process to have that, and we understand that. So in terms of case management project, this is a big project that we're working with. We appreciate your support working with SCAO. Essentially, we have an internal computer program that our employees use that accesses data, court data on our cases, so we can handle all these many thousands of cases. It's older than the hills, I guess is the best way to say it. Right. And we've been told that it has sort of an end of life coming. And it's been analyzed, and so we recognize we have to do something. And so we're working with the State Court Administrator's Office and Executive Coulter's Office with developing a new system, and we're in the midst of that project right now. We finished phase 1, which is, finished that recently, which is discovery has been completed. We're working on gap closure now, phase 2. So without drilling too deep into the techie stuff, which candidly is not my strength, we're going through the process in phases. We're working collaboratively as a team. We appreciate the board's support. I know Chairman Woodward has been involved with that, people from the executive's office, the Supreme Court, people from the court staff as well. And it's something we need to do, and we appreciate, and we're working on it. So that's important, and stay tuned on that, more details on that. Sort of on the horizon, sort of wrap things up, what we're working on, various issues. In terms of court data, we deal with a lot of confidential information, juveniles, personal information. We handle cases that are not public, that either involve juveniles or they're under HIDA, Homes Youthful Training Act, which is a statute that certain things are not public. And so we have to protect the information we have. So breaches and public disclosure of confidential information for people is a concern of ours, and we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to, 1, follow the law and not have things be public that shouldn't be, but 2, to protect the private information for the families and the kids and the people that are in front of us. In terms of courtroom capacity, as I mentioned already, if we're going to add judges, we have to add courtrooms as well. We don't have empty courtrooms just sort of sitting there waiting for judges. We're, sort of lean and mean, if you will, on our budget. We have what we need. So if we're going to add judges in the future, we have to talk about what courtrooms, where are they going to be, and obviously paying for that. Juvenile lifer, sort of the last big point. So essentially, the U.S. Supreme Court came out with a case a number of years ago now called Miller versus Alabama. And what it said is it's unconstitutional to automatically give a juvenile convicted of first-degree murder life without parole. The judge can still give a life without parole sentence, but you have to have what's called a Miller hearing, where you go through a process. There's a lot of factors you have to analyze, and it's a hearing. It's a very lengthy hearing. And so as a result of that, all these cases in the past where people were sentenced to life without parole have come back, and we have to have all these hearings. Well, the Supreme Court has been increasing the age that it applies. Initially, it was at a lower level, and now they're going higher. And so every time it moves up higher, that's a lot of additional cases that all of a sudden we have to have these hearings on. And I think the latest one was a group of some 60 or 70 cases. And each one is a lengthy proceeding, potentially with experts and a lot of detail and time and cost that's involved with all that we address. There's the question of how high is it going to go, and if they go further, obviously there'll be many, many more cases, and obviously that's something that we address and that we have to deal with. We have to have those hearings, and there's a cost and there's details that we have to address with that. So I've tried to be brief. Hopefully I was. I don't know if anyone has any questions. Certainly, if you have any questions about anything I've said or anything I haven't said that deals with the court, please reach out to me, my staff at the court. I'm happy to answer your questions. I want to make sure at the end of the day that you get the information you need. For us, I know the board's always supported the court. We serve the people of the county, and we want to continue to do that in a very cost-efficient but reasonable, productive way. Follow the law and do our jobs, and get you what you need to make sure that we fulfill our duties to you as well. So, any questions?
Well, thank you, Judge. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Commissioner Weipert?
Visiting judge?
Yes.
The court is using visiting judges. I noticed
Yes.
the County Bar magazine that the visiting judges are holding a lot of the trials.
Correct.
PTOs, is that helping?
Yes. So thank you for that question. Yes. So we do use visiting judges. Essentially, visiting judges are essentially retired judges, often from our court, but sometimes from other courts, who have agreed to come back on basically a part-time basis and help us. It's a way that we can help move our dockets. As you see, the numbers support more judges, but it's a way that we've been able to handle that without having to add another full-time judge. So it's a more cost-efficient way because it's a part-time position, so you don't have all the staff. We are able to use, we do have staff for the visiting judges, but not to the degree a full-time judge would have. The visiting judge uses a courtroom of an existing judge, doesn't have their own, and so we have utilized visiting judges to help us move our cases better. We did get a grant after COVID because there was a large COVID backlog of cases because we were ordered not to have trials for a period of time there. We couldn't bring people in to have trials out of concerns about public safety, and so we had a huge backlog. So there ended up being a grant that was given, which we utilized to really fund the visiting judges. We have continued to fund them as best we're able to, but understanding that that's something that helps. But ultimately, the numbers are showing, we do need more than the visiting judge help. But yes, we've been using them. It has helped. So, any other questions?
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Commissioner Cabell.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Chief Judge. Just because we have a lot of people here that I think one might have missed the earlier part of what you were saying, but also just you as a person who has to see all these PPOs and civil criminal cases and go through all this. Can you give us, I guess, what do you worry about most as our Chief Judge for Circuit Court here in Oakland County, just to help us understand what you're thinking and feeling? Like what you personally as a judge worry about?
Well, I think there's a lot there to answer your question. I think certainly, one, public safety, with anything, any type of like a PPO or a criminal case, public safety is always a concern of the judge. Obviously, you have a victim or someone who's alleging, coming forward, filing a petition, who's asserting certain things. And I think the judge always wants to make sure that public safety, certainly the rights of the defendant, constitutional rights of anyone involved in the process is always important, following the law. But, I think making sure that, we're serving the people, making sure that, public safety is being recognized, but, also making sure everyone's rights, everyone's heard, that everyone has due process, everyone has a fair day in court, that they're heard, whatever their position is, their argument is, they get their chance, their day in court. And at the end of the day, that, judge makes a proper ruling under the law, and articulates to people why, a reason for that ruling, so people understand, so that whether were successful or not, hopefully they can walk away and say, I was heard, I got my day in court, and I understand why the judge ruled the way he or she did. I think that's important, and certainly making a record so you have appellate rights. People have the right to appeal us if they want to go up to the higher courts, and then having the higher court have a good record of what we did as a judge. So I think there's a lot that goes into any ruling or decision that a judge considers, and I think I've touched on some of those, but as best I can. But yeah, absolutely, there's a lot that we think about when we make decisions. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. We look forward to working with you. I know you and the clerk and the entire CMS system. I will see you again soon.
Yeah, I think Clerk Brown, she's been very involved in that project
Absolutely.
as well, so thank you.
Absolutely.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Good luck, Charles.
And next up, the other court, while smaller in number, it is incredibly mighty, and our Chief Probate Judge, Jennifer Callahan. It's good to see you. Thank you.
Leadership.
And we welcome the state of the probate court.
All right, thank you so very much for allowing me to be here tonight to address you all, to leadership and all the commissioners, with the state of our probate court. So I became Chief Judge in January of last year following the retirement of Judge Linda Hallmark, and then I was reappointed for a two-year term beginning this January, going forward until it goes on a 2-year cycle. So what does the probate court do? Unlike circuit court, we are a court of limited jurisdiction. You can see a list of our case types there. You'll notice we deal a lot with vulnerable individuals as well as their family or people going through some of the toughest times of their lives. I think when most people think of probate court, they think about wills and trusts, guardianships, conservatorships, but there's also some lesser known things that the probate court has the responsibility of taking care of, that being the safekeeping of wills if they're deposited with our court, or even the registration of foreign births following international adoptions. So that's some of the things that we do. Again, we are a smaller court than the circuit court, only 4 seats. There's myself, Judge O'Brien, who will be retiring at the end of this year, which means this fall, at election time, we'll be electing his successor. We have Judge Tracy Richards, who was elected in 2024, and she took the bench in January of last year. And then we have our new Judge, Nicole Huddleston. So she was just appointed by Governor Whitmer earlier this month and then sworn in on April 17th, and we are very happy to have her and looking forward to her taking the bench on Monday, May 4th, right? Yes. Yeah. And our administrative team, we've got a court administrator, Ed Hutton, and Barb Andrucci. I believe Ed is here tonight. And moving on to our operational highlights. So besides the changes to the bench that we've experienced, we've had a lot of transition in our court. So the biggest transition that we've had over the course of since 2025 is the implementation by the state of e-filing in our court. That began in June of last year and has been a major undertaking. We are the biggest probate court in the state that now is required to do e-filing. And I think really only the second probate court in the state. Calhoun, I believe, is the other probate county or probate court who's also doing e-filing. So we're, I think, kind of the experimental, very large county to deal with this transition, and it's been very difficult. A lot of court resources have been expended and constantly are to try to make the system better and fit for our court, which is very different than the other trial courts. We continue to work with the state court administrator's office to develop the new processes and programming changes to improve the workflow, as well as making it fit for our court. You can see the picture here of our e-services office, which supports access to the court for those who maybe don't have the technology for e-filing, or elderly, disabled, or just have a personal preference. They'd rather come right to the court. This office is located on the first floor of the 1200 building at the east side, near the probate court administrative offices. Includes computer terminals where people can do whatever work that they need to do in terms of viewing files or filing their documents. The office is staffed during court hours. So we have staff there to answer any questions, to set up email accounts so that people can register for MyFile accounts, help them register for MyFile accounts. They provide court forms and assist with even the actual filing of documents. So it's kind of the parallel for people who came and filed their paperwork in person. They can still come and e-file their things in person, so that there is no gap or lack of access to the court. So, more changes that we've experienced over, the course of the last year, and again, going back to 2019, like the circuit court, we've seen a 36% increase in our trust and estates cases. And for our county, being a large county, we seem to also attract more complicated trust matters involving a larger amount of assets, which also can fund litigation. So that takes a lot of court resources, and additional complicating factors, for maintaining and moving along our docket. Another large increase we've seen also from 2019 through the end of last year is the 66% increase in our mental health petitions. This is dealing with involuntary mental health treatment. And these cases aren't assigned to individual judges. We rotate on a schedule so that each judge has a week of the month that we cover these cases. So that's a little different than a usual caseload that we would normally be assigned. Don't know the reason for specifically the increase in the cases overall, whether it's the destigmatization of mental health, the awareness of mental health disorders, the available services we have here in the county, but nonetheless, we've experienced that. Most significant, I was very surprised. I felt it, but we actually pulled the numbers that our requests for evaluations for people who are experiencing a mental health crisis has increased 42% from the period of January 1st through April 27 since last year during that same time. Now, these are the kind of cases that are filed sort of like on an emergency basis. They're filed and heard the exact same day, and we are assigned a duty day. We take whatever case comes in and kind of try to fit them in during our regular docket, and this has proven to be and made a large impact since the beginning of this year on, on our dockets or maintaining our regular dockets when we're trying to move in these extra emergency cases. This is a graph just showing our cases, again, at the end of each year, going back to 2019. All of this is to say, is much like Judge Mattis mentioned with the Judicial Resource Report, we are also underjudged according to the raw numbers. But when you factor in even the changes that we've had this year with even the mental health petitions, which we do not see likely declining at all, and the additional complications with the trust matters, those things are not factored into the raw numbers, but we would be looking to eventually need another judge. To further assist with our operational needs and planning, I believe tonight you will be considering our request for a court clerk coordinator position, which is a position that's parallel to that in circuit court, with our expanding caseloads, that will help provide some support to chambers as well as training for all the new staff that we have. Having 3 new judges in 3 years. Also, additional training with the MyFile system and ongoing updates with that. We would like to have that coordinator position to help, bring some coordination amongst the chambers so that everyone's getting similar training, as well as, again, supporting the staff in chambers and in the court to promote sustainability and retention for our staff, to also cut down on additional training for new staff. So we hope that you will consider and grant that request. So our future, well, again, we'll be having another new judge that's elected this year. Again, three new judges in 3 years. We'll also be hoping to initiate the courtroom security upgrades that have been planned with the law enforcement recommendations for each of the courtrooms. Probate strategic planning initiative that's already begun with a preliminary meeting with Henry Outlaw to develop a strategic plan for our court. Updates to our guardian and conservator training videos, looking for the grant opportunities for projects such as that, which we are hoping to update and improve our basic information for guardians and conservators. That's something that I order that every new fiduciary should do, which helps support family members or friends who are venturing into assisting their loved one as guardian, as well as encourage family members with knowing that there's some support and training available to them to become their guardians and conservators. If the board has any questions?
Do we have any questions for Judge Callahan? I think it's one thing that you bring in, obviously, with the aging population. One question that I have is, how do we compare in terms of our case increase to the rest of the states? I would imagine as Michigan gets older, there's more of that. Obviously, the mental health cases are exponentially growing across the state. Are we, with our peers, growing at the same rate, or are we faster?
I don't actually know the answer to that question, but I can find that out certainly and follow up with you to get you those numbers.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
Wonderful. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Judge Callahan. All right. I'm going to call. We're going to move on. We have a couple proclamations to present this evening, and so I will call first on Commissioner Lubes, and then Commissioner Lubes and Commissioner Ann Erickson-Galt.
Thank you, Chair. It is my honor to present a proclamation. This proclamation is from C-SPAN Students CAM, a national video documentary competition which received 4,000 entries. And I would like to introduce and ask Javian Johnson to come up here and join me. So Javian is one of our top winners. So, whereas young people such as Javian Johnson, who are inspired by their own lived experiences to shine a light on our society's persistent challenges, using creativity and critical thinking, instill a sense of hope within us all. And now in its 22nd year, the C-SPAN Student CAM National Video Documentary Competition encourages students to think conscientiously about issues that affect our communities and nation. In honor of this year's 250th anniversary of the United States Declaration of Independence, the 2026 theme focused on empowering young Americans to examine the nation's founding principles, and their continuing impact. Students submit works that are 5 to 6 minutes in length and complete in either the middle school grades or high school grades. So Javion is a senior at Royal Oak High School, earned honorable mention with his submission titled All Men Are Created Equal, an Ongoing Conversation, looks at civil rights and equality for Black Americans through the scope of the promises of our nation's foundational document. His work combines filmed interviews with local community and thought leaders, educators, students, and journalists with recorded historical footage. The result is storytelling that inspires viewers to consider different perspectives. Javion's documentary was selected for recognition among 4,000 submissions, signaling the depth and importance of his documentary filmmaking. In addition to being a recognized documentarian, Javion is a stellar student athlete who was recruited to play football for Kalamazoo College, where he will also compete in track upon graduation from high school. So we would also like to invite your parents here, any classmates and your teacher advisory for the project, who was Mike Conrad, to congratulate you also on this accomplishment. Do you want to read the last one? Okay. So on behalf of Dave Woodward and the Oakland County Board of Commissioners,
Proud parents here.
Thank you. We do hereby proclaim special commendation to Javion Johnson. He's brought pride to his family, school, and community, and serves as a reminder of the importance of student voices in shaping our collective future.
Right.
So thank you.
Thank you very much. I really just want to give thanks to everybody I interviewed and everybody that helped me throughout the project. I want to give thanks to Mr. Mike Conrad, that's my executive producer and my teacher for the past 3 years. And then I also want to give thanks to the Royal Oak School Board for making it a priority for the CTE classes. They fund everything. They give us computers, cameras, and they make sure that they put students in the right places to succeed. And I really want to give thanks. I'm really appreciative of the school board. So, yeah.
So we're going to take pictures.
Okay.
Okay, now it's my privilege to call forward Irana Holbrook. We've had an absolute wealth of student scholars and accomplished people in this competition with C-SPAN. Whereas it's important to recognize young people such as Irana Holbrook, who combined their creativity with a passion for elevating current social topics. And whereas now in its 22nd year, the C-SPAN Student Cam National Video Documentary Competition encourages students to think conscientiously about issues that affect our communities and nation. In honor of this year's semi-quincentennial, my best at that, and the 250th anniversary of the United States Declaration of Independence, the 2026 theme focused on empowering young Americans to examine the nation's founding principles and their continuing impact. Students submit works that are 5 to 6 minutes in length and compete in either the middle school, which is grades 6 to 8, or high school, grades 9 to 12 category. And
well, I just want to say before reading any further that throughout the entire United States, 4,000 applicants, this is our grand first place winner. So woo-hoo, yes. Whereas Ms. Holbrook, a junior at Troy Athens High School, earned the grand prize with her video titled The Pursuit of Fair Pay, and is the first grand prize winner in competition history from Michigan. Her piece explores how the Declaration of Independence set the stage for recent NCAA rules and state laws that ensure collegiate athletes are fairly compensated for and have control over the use of their name, image, and likeness. To dive into the issues of labor rights and gender equality surrounding NIL, Ms. Holbrook secured interviews with author and journalist John U. Bacon, ESPN senior writer Dan Wetzel, and U.S. Today sports columnist and commentator Christine Brenner.
Whereas an active scholar athlete, Ms. Holbrook is a varsity competitive cheerleader and high jumper. Off campus, she holds a part-time job and is a volunteer for her church's children's ministries. And whereas we join with Ms. Holbrook's parents, Jamie and Bill, her teacher advisor, Adam Burns, and her classmates to congratulate her on this exceptional accomplishment. I just want to say, my neighbors. So now therefore, David T. Woodward, Chair of the Oakland County Board of Commissioners, Commissioner Penny Lubes and Ann Erickson Galt, and the entire County Board of Commissioners do hereby proclaim special commendation to Irana Holbrook.
I just want to say a big thank you to everyone who gave me this opportunity, the chair, all of these commissioners, and a big thank you to my teacher for helping me with all of the hard parts, walking me through step by step, helping me with the journey. Because without his help, I don't know if I would be here. So thank you, Mr. Burns. And I just want to say, glory to God. Thank you for giving me this.
Where can we see the film? Thank you. All right, right over here, a couple more. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, here we got two incredible students that highlight the talent here in Oakland County. Another congratulations to Mr. Johnson and Ms. Holbrook. Another round of applause. Commissioner Markham.
Mr. Chair, I was just wondering if we could get copies of their videos and circulate them to the board?
We would, if they'd be willing to share, yes, we would love to share them as well. Great. All right,
Thank
we'll
you.
do. Thank you. And staff will follow up with both. All right, that concludes our proclamation and presentations for today's meeting. This will move us to communications, and I'll call on the clerk to read the communications.
Okay, we got a few tonight. The first is dated April 30th, 2026, to the Oakland County Board of Commissioners. Please accept this letter as notification that I have exercised the authority granted to the chair of the board to approve grant applications in excess of $50,000 for the purposes of meeting a submission deadline. Due to the grantor deadlines and the board's grant submission process and calendar, it is not possible to submit the application for full board consideration in accordance with our normal procedures. I have authorized the submission of the following grant applications. The first is, the grant name is the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, JAG, for the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, Oakland County Prosecuting Office, and the Pretrial and Justice Services Department. in the amount of $75,818. The grant application deadline was April 28th, 2026. And the other grant is the Public Safety and Mental Health Court Bureau of Justice Assistance, BJA grant, for the 52 First District Court in the amount of $1,766,836, and the grant application deadline for that was April 10th, 2026. Sincerely, David T. Woodward, Chair, Oakland County Board of Commissioners. Next one is dated April 6th, 2026. Regarding an appointment to the Land Bank Authority. Dear Chairman Woodward, I am pleased to appoint T. Scott Galloway to serve as my designee to the Land Bank Authority. Mr. Galloway has practiced law since 1994 and is a member of the Real Property Law Section of the State Bar of Michigan and the immediate past chair of the Oakland County Bar Association Real Estate Committee. Mr. Galloway's law office, Galloway & Hummel, LLP, is located in downtown Royal Oak and is focused exclusively on real estate law. He's a frequent speaker on real estate topics and has taught continuing education courses for both attorneys and real estate brokers. Mr. Galloway is active in the Greater Metropolitan Association of Realtors, GMAR, and the Birmingham Bloomfield Women's Council of Realtors. Mr. Galloway is a regarded expert on brokerage law, real estate contracts, landlord-tenant law, title, and boundary line disputes. Additionally, he is a past elected official with experience in leading municipalities and the current chair of the Pleasant Ridge Planning Commission. I am confident Mr. Galloway will serve the authority with professionalism and expertise. He shall take and subscribe to the required oath of office prior to commencing the performance of his duties pursuant to this appointment. Sincerely, David Coulter, County Executive. All right. The next communication is dated April 22nd, 2026. Regarding an appointment to the Oakland County Zoo Authority. Dear Chairman Woodward, pursuant to Public Act 49 of 2008, miscellaneous resolution number 08090, I am pleased to reappoint Ms. Jennifer M. Grieco and Ms. Elizabeth Howe as my representatives and Ms. Gretchen Parks as alternate to Ms. Grieco and Mr. Richard Stranger is alternate to Ms. Howe to the Oakland County Zoological Authority Board. These appointments are effective immediately and shall continue until May 1st, 2028 or until successor is appointed and qualified. Appointees shall take and subscribe to the required oath of office prior to commencing the performance of their duties pursuant to these appointments. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Sincerely, David Coulter, Oakland County Executive. Okay, the next is dated April 21st, 2026. And it is written to Mr. Dennis Cowan, who is the chairman of the board of the Oakland County Health Network. Dear Dennis, I am writing to formally resign from my position on the board of Oakland Community Health Network effective April 21st, 2026. This decision comes as I realign my professional and community commitments to dedicating more time and focusing on my work with Greater Pontiac Coalition. After thoughtful consideration, I believe this is the appropriate step at this time. I want to express my sincere appreciation for the opportunity to serve on the board. It has been a meaningful experience, and I am grateful for the collaboration with fellow board members, leadership, and staff. I hold deep respect for the important work being done to support the residents of Oakland County. I remain supportive of OCHN's mission and wish the organization continued success moving forward. Sincerely, Douglas Jones. Next is dated April 30th, 2026 to the Oakland County Board of Commissioners. I am hereby appointing the following individuals to serve on the Oakland County Zoological Authority for a one-year term ending May 1st, 2027. The appointees are Alex Cooper, Millie Hall, and Brandon Colo, and their alternates are Tamika Ramsey, Helene Zach, and Robert Kalman, respectfully. Sincerely, David T. Woodward, Chairman, Oakland County Board of Commissioners. And the last is also dated April 30th, 2026 to the Oakland County Board of Commissioners. I'm hereby appointing the following individuals to serve on the Oakland County Art Institute Authority for a four-year term ending May 31st, 2030. That seems so far away. Appointees Dr. Swarn Rajpal, Jennifer Miller, and Jenny Brown. Sincerely, David T. Woodward, Chairman, Oakland County Board of Commissioners.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there a motion to receive the communications? Moved by Commissioner Taylor, seconded by Commissioner Long. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Let the record reflect that the communications are received. This will move us to the first public comment for tonight's meeting. This is the opportunity for members of the public to speak on items on the agenda. That includes the consent agenda. Some items were moved off the consent agenda to the regular agenda, but any items on the consent or the regular agenda, I know some people signed up here, and so I'll start here. We have a second public comment at the end of the meeting to be able to talk on any other topic. For those who wish to speak, we ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes. When I call your name, I'll call a few names, and if some people want to gather by the microphone so that we can be expeditious as possible, direct your comments to me, the chair. As our practice, we don't move into a Q&A during public comment, but this is the opportunity for members to give public comment on items that are on the agenda. I will start with, and if you signed up on this one and you mean to be part of the next one, just let me know. But is it Engana Shah to speak to item on the agenda? Yes, the court's request. Okay. And then Marguerite Gupta, and then Daniel Milan. Welcome.
Thank you. So I want to address the court's requests for support, extra support. I started my career myself in a federal court, and it reminds me that when you take the bar or join the court as public officer or later join the federal government as public servant, you have to pass an ethics course. So the essence of that ethics course is it's not just certain rules that you're supposed to follow, but you need to avoid the appearance, just the appearance, of impropriety. That's how you build public trust. And giving an appearance of impropriety destroys public trust. For example, manipulating procedure desperately to avoid public comment before taking a vote on surveillance of residents, or imposing such a surveillance plan on residents because you're afraid of the current regime, so you hand the arsonists the matches, or even sneering as we speak or smirking. All of these are squarely improper. So I want to suggest to all the public servants in the room that if you can't keep up the avoidance of the appearance of impropriety, resign or be recalled. Oh, and please fund the courts.
Thank you very much. Next up, and please ask the audience to refrain from demonstrations so that everyone who's come here to speak can speak. Marguerite Gupta, followed by Daniel Milan.
I'm here from Oakland Township. Let's talk about ethics. Let's talk about court operations manager, the court clerk, the chief judge that was here but exited, the other chief judge of probate that was here but exited, the ones that want the, full-time coordinator with benefits. And they want that budget amended. Most specifically, they want to say they follow the laws, they encourage public safety, they serve the people, everyone is heard, constitutional rights are given, proper rulings, proper records, they make a record to go to a higher court, yet they will also state, hey, we have to work with scale pursuant to MCR 1.109 G3F. What about MCR 2.612 C1, B, C, and F? This is called corruption of court records, fraud upon the court by Judge Lisa Langta, corrupting 5 Zooms. The state court administrator, Mr. Thomas P. Board, false writings to close the case. The arbitrator, Mr. Robert Badgley, who altered emails that started it all. And these people want to say, hey, we're going to make the court more efficiently by getting a court coordinator. Are you coordinating the efforts so you can do the records quicker and you can alter the records quicker? I have been here 6 months, every meeting, all the committee meetings, all the board meetings. You guys know what I'm going to talk about. In fact, my phone number, 947-957-0439, has been made invalid. And the Michigan Judicial Branch. Can you believe that? Why would they make my number invalid? They can't put it in their filing system. They can't call me. Every time I call them, you've reached a non-working phone number. Please check the number and try again. 153 offices. Ethics. Where is it? Judge Mattis said, hey, we want to make sure there's public safety. We want to make sure there's due process. We want everybody to be heard. I haven't been heard once. There has been no investigation. Go look at my court record. No investigation, no court investigation, no scale investigation, nothing on record to even acknowledge fraud upon the court. Nobody will make a record. No one. Why? Because it thwarts an investigation. Scale says they don't make file numbers, record numbers, or case numbers for any complaints filed. So if you have a problem with the judiciary, guess what? There are no court numbers, there's no record numbers, there's no file numbers, no case. Why? Because there will be no investigation. I'm here every time, and I'm asking you guys, show ethics. Show something that you're protecting the public. Because these court records are being altered by judges who use the Zoom. There's no security, there's no safeguard. They go in and edit it the way they want. And nobody says anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gupta. Daniel Milan, followed by Philip Decker. And this is, again, to speak, is it for the next? Okay. Philip Decker, this is to speak on items on the agenda.
Hello, everyone. My name is Philip, and I want to speak about the 2025 Deficit Elimination Program. So I took a look at this plan, and I saw that every item on it has a method to cover the deficit. But I just want to make sure that we have explored all avenues of finding that funding. Because there are a couple of very expensive, but also very unpopular items in the 2026 budget that I think could be eliminated. Mainly the flat contracts. So we're spending $3,000 per camera per year on God knows how many cameras. And soon we're going to be spending $2.5 million a year on a bunch of drones that no one wants. Now, I know we're still in the trial phase of this drone project, but I think Dave is going to find a way to make sure Flock gets that $2.5 million. Because last year, Dave Woodward had an all-expenses-paid trip by Flock to Flock's headquarters. They probably flew him out on first class or private, probably took him out to a bunch of very nice dinners, probably put him in a very nice hotel, and they had a bunch of secret meetings that no one, not even apparently the other commissioners, knew about. So what do you think they offered him in exchange for that $2.5 million contract? I don't know, because then the public will never know what happens in a secret meeting. If these meetings were above board, they would have been made public. And this isn't even to speak about what kind of public safety company uses lies and secret meetings and backroom deals to push their product. It's almost like Flock knows how unpopular they are. It's almost like they know they can't survive without lies, deceits, and secret deals. It's almost like this public safety company has no interest in public safety. So this brings me back to the budget. How can we have an actual, honest conversation about deficits and budgets when we have members of this board giving away millions of taxpayer dollars to companies who are liars and grifters based on secret meetings? It seems to me that if we want to fix the budget in 2026, a great way to do that would be to not have these politicians who are forking over millions of our taxpayer money in exchange for who knows what kind of kickbacks. It seems to me that if we want to fix the budget, we have to cancel these flat contracts and recall Dave Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Decker. Jill Dunphy, followed by Nancy Prokofsky. Jill, are you here? Jill? Okay. Nancy? Items on the agenda. Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman.
No, you are exceptional. Nancy Poprofsky, Royal Oak. Tomorrow, Smokeman County Commissioners will attend the 2026 Tri-County Summit. It will focus on climate and environmental education and the future of AI for local government. It's an event partially paid by taxpayers who cannot attend. It's sponsored by Verizon, DTE, and others. How ironic that a summit about environmental education is sponsored by Verizon, who in California failed to allow inspections of hazardous materials and didn't pay required permit fees at multiple locations. This gross negligence could endanger lives if hazardous materials were released into the environment. Another ironic sponsor is DTE. DTE, notorious for using significant financial resources to influence Michigan politicians, preventing legislation that would hold polluters accountable. Why do some politicians keep putting up with big corporate corruption and taking donations for sponsorship without holding corporate bad behavior accountable? How will it end? Expose and don't hire billionaires, corporations like Flock, and shockingly, the majority of Oakland County commissioners voted for Flock. If this summit is about environmental education, which DTE and Verizon have breached, expose them at this summit, or are you afraid they might take away your polluted donation? Sounds unethical on both sides. Isn't it easier and healthier for both sides to be ethical from the beginning? Education shows drones can be considered invasive species to our neighborhoods, skies, privacy, etc. Birds are endangered by them. Some people are afraid of them delivering packages so low and no privacy. Are there enough regulations? Honestly, is there ever a trade-off for privacy? Imagine this. You're on Lake Huron at a resort where the owners promote they have some of the most beautiful sunrises and sunsets in the state. Then all of a sudden, drones block the beautiful view, dropping packages where their customers are playing badminton or drones are hovering over young kids swimming. Many of you are not thinking about the consequences of billionaire companies like Flock filling their pockets with money from your personal info, etc. So when you have sponsorships like DTE and Verizon, and then you vote and sell out for Flock, remember Ben Franklin's wise words: sell not virtue to purchase wealth, nor liberty to purchase power. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Vogel. Laura? Did you sign up? Everybody, please maintain a composure. Laura, are you here to speak on an item on the agenda, Laura? On the agenda? Or, okay, on the agenda. And then Jessica Mihalik.
Hi. Oh, okay. Hi, Laura Vogel, 6220 Whispering Meadows, White Lake, Michigan. I'm choosing to speak on the deficit elimination plan, and it's 2025. So I'm guessing that you don't include the planned deficit of the flock cameras that will be approved probably for the $2,500,000 in a few months. So I think that you need to focus on more than 2025, because 2026 is already, halfway over. So maybe not improve the flock cameras, and yeah, bye.
Thank you. Jessica?
I think my subject is not on the agenda, Is there a way to talk about it later? Okay. Thank
I'll
you.
put you at the top of the agenda. Yep. I'm
Thank you.
sorry. I should have asked you from back there. Yes.
Thank you.
You'll be at the top of the list. All right. That's all that's signed up. So we'll close that first public comment and we'll move us to our regular agenda. First, reports of standing committees. So the first item up is the consent agenda. And I just want, if commissioners haven't refreshed, the items that we moved from the consent agenda to the regular agenda should be reflected on the consent agenda. I just want to verify those who move things. I did a quick cursory and I just want to make sure. All right. So is there a motion to move the consent agenda? Moved by Commissioner Lube, seconded by Commissioner Weipert. Any discussion on any items on the consent agenda? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please prompt the vote on the consent agenda?
Commissioner Spiz?
Commissioner
Mr.
Spiz
Chair,
votes
you have
yes.
17 yeas, 0 nays.
A sufficient number voted in the affirmative. The resolution, the consent agenda is adopted. Now this will move us to the regular agenda, and the first up, I will call on the Finance Committee Chair, the Honorable Gwen Markham.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. I have one item on the agenda for tonight. It is item 13A, exception to the purchasing policy, contract extension with Identisys, Inc. for concealed pistol license, card printers, maintenance, and consumables. I move that.
Moved by Commissioner Markham, seconded by Commissioner Long. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Cavell.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to move this to the regular agenda because I will not be supporting this because it is an exception to the purchasing policy, which, in light of continued ethics concerns from you, Chairman, and your side businesses, with procurement, with Pivot Point Strategies, in light of our former Deputy Executive, Sean Carlson, who was over procurement and his side business, Procurement Consulting Group, in light of continued ethics concerns with HR Director April Lynch and her side business with the Double Hall HR Solutions Consulting Group, all of these conflicts of interest which have yet to be addressed for over a year now, and you have all voted down financial disclosure, ethics policies, whistleblower protections, so I'm wary and unable to support this exception to the purchasing policy.
Thank you, Commissioner Cavell. Commissioner Long.
Okay.
Then Commissioner Long, followed by Commissioner Markham.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Woodward. So I think in finance, Clerk Lisa Brown, this is the only company that does this, correct? So we really don't have a choice if we're going to provide concealed weapons for people in Oakland County, which I'm in support of. So I don't know. I get what you're saying, something different, but it's not really germane to this exception. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to just continue on Commissioner Long's comment. This was a request from our clerk about the printing of concealed license permits, and that's all it is. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, please prompt the vote on this item.
Mr. Chair, you have 15 yeas, 2 nays.
Sufficient number voting in the affirmative. The motion passes. Commissioner Markham.
Mr. Chair, that concludes the report of the Finance Committee for tonight.
Thank you very much. Next, I will call up the Chair of the Legislative Affairs and Government Operations Committee, and I will recognize the Honorable Brendan Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just 2 items today on the report of the Legislative Affairs and Government Operations Committee. Mr. Chair, I first move Resolution 2026-6479 with funding for milestone number 1 of the Oakland County Student Debt Relief Initiative with Savvy Solutions, PBC.
Moved by Commissioner Johnson, seconded by Commissioner Lubes. Any discussion? I believe there is an amendment, so Commissioner Markham moves amendment number 1, seconded by Commissioner Powell. Commissioner Markham, on your amendment?
It's just moving a line item. It's the same amount of
the reporting, making it.
Oh, your mic.
Excellent.
Mike's
Thank you very
not on.
much.
Sorry, it's just a line item switch in the budget, that's all.
Okay. On the amendment?
Yes.
Commissioner Cavell, on the amendment or on the item? Okay. Let's, Madam. Commissioner Miller, on the amendment?
No.
Oh. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Okay, seeing none. Madam Clerk, can you prompt the vote on the amendment?
Mr. Chair, you have 14 yeas, 3 nays.
Sufficient number voting in the affirmative. The amendment is adopted. That brings us to the main motion. Anybody on the main motion? Commissioner Cavell, followed by Commissioner Miller.
I just want to lift up that while this is a great thing to do, $150,000 for student loan forgiveness, I'm glad we're continuing it. I just want to also recognize that there is another pending ask for $150 in food and legal aid for immigrants and vulnerable families in Oakland County.
All right.
That has been
Thank you, Commissioner
languishing
Cavell.
for 3 months.
Commissioner Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say I'm getting back from the Michigan Association of County Ledge Conference, and there's over 250 commissioners there from around Michigan, and they are all asking questions about this, how we did it. They're excited. They're going to reach out to our team to see how we did it because they want to help save their people in their offices and their counties because this is amazing. And they're all promoting us, right? We took the step that when nobody said that it was good to do, we're saving students money, and like you said, they're not going in farther debt than they already are.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think this is, to that point, Oakland County was the first to make this service available to all residents anywhere else in the country. Millions of dollars under management's already saved millions of dollars to thousands of Oakland County residents. It's the right thing to do to lower costs and make life better for people. Commissioner Miller?
If I can add to that, you made me think of when I was in DC for the NACO Ledge Conference, there was people from other states that want to know how we did it for our residents, not just for our county workers.
Right.
They're very impressed on that, and they probably reached out already.
Many have. Yes. Commissioner Powell.
And I just want to share with my colleagues, as a recipient in the Savvy, I enrolled, I had student loans, and I just want to let everybody know, the one-on-one, the assisting, trying to help you get these fees, your fees waived or whatever program you can get enrolled in, it's all real. It's all real, and it's all real, and it's really helping us, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing Commissioner Johnson.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to take the opportunity of having some additional folks in the chamber today, and just kind of talk about the program generally for a hot second. There are a few of us. I have $150,000 of student debt, and I'm not the only one with student debt on the board. This is a program that Oakland County started, the Board of Commissioners started. Every single resident of Oakland County, if you have student debt, just Google Oakland County Savvy, S-A-V-I, and we give you a whole year of free, it's basically TurboTax for student loans. We don't do any forgiveness, but there are a lot of existing forgiveness programs. Like, for instance, I'm enrolled in the Public Servant Loan Forgiveness Program that's available to nonprofit employees, anyone who's ever worked in government, and over 10 years, if I work in a government or a nonprofit for 10 years, then everything else is forgiven. The paperwork to do that is very difficult. You have to go back and find HR departments from your employer a few years ago. That company might not exist anymore. This program helps do all that paperwork for you, and they interface with the U.S. Department of Education, because that's a whole big reason that a lot of us don't actually get that forgiveness. And correct me if I'm wrong, in just 2 years of this program existing, this program has identified over $30 million of savings for Oakland County residents. That's money that no longer has to go to Washington, D.C. It gets pumped back into our downtowns, into our businesses, into our small families. That's real money. That's real change. So if you're like me and happily indebted, I would consider signing up for this program.
Great. Thank you for that explanation and commercial.
Yes.
Commissioner Hoffman.
I just have to say that I'm not in favor of this. People enter into a contract, And then there's a system in place to take more taxpayer money so they don't have to pay the debt that they contracted to do? I mean, maybe you could help me with my new truck payment.
Yeah. I think.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Commissioner Hoffman and we have had this conversation before. When he went to college, it was free.
Excuse me, when I went to college, I paid my way.
It was a lot cheaper. That's my point was, it was a lot cheaper back then. Anyway, understandable. We've had this debate before. All right. See, Commissioner Spiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I once had student debts, but I paid mine all of myself. I didn't have a program like this. That was a few years ago, like 2 or 3, just saying. But in general, I believe the Savvy program has been a good program in general. My issue has always been, even when we voted on this first time, it'll be the same this time. I don't think Oakland County should be funding the applications for the individuals to do it. Should we promote the program itself and say, hey, you guys go up and sign for this? Great, but you have to pay your administration fee, just like anything else. Why is Oakland County paying for that? Which is why I'm a no. Program itself has done great. Commissioner Johnson put out all the points it's done. It saved a lot of taxpayers in this county a lot of money. Great program. But why are the taxpayers of Oakland County paying for certain individuals to enroll in this program? Which is why I'm a no.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, please prompt the vote.
Mr. Chair, you have 11 yeas, 6 nays.
A sufficient number voting in the affirmative, the resolution is adopted. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, that moves me to my next item where I recommend the appointment of Aaron Martinez of Novi to the jury board pursuant of Circuit Court recommendation for a 6-year term beginning May 1st, 2026 and concluding April 30th, 2032.
Moved by Commissioner Johnson, seconded by Commissioner Ann Erickson Galt. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please prompt the vote on the appointment. Sorry. Yes.
Mr. Chair, you have 17 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Johnson. The appointment is confirmed. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. That concludes the report of the Legislative Affairs and Government Operations Committee.
Next up, I will call on the Chair of the Public Health and Safety Committee, the Honorable Penny Loops.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are 2 items before the Public Health and Safety Committee, from the Public Health and Safety Committee tonight. The first is the request to adopt the revised fee structure to establish a uniform late fee and updated expiration dates for delinquent dog licenses.
Moved by Commissioner Loops, seconded by Commissioner Taylor. Any discussion? Commissioner Long.
Thank you. Thank you for taking it off the consent agenda. So I briefly told you, Chairman, I am not going to support this. I just think that a $40 late fee for 30 days late on a $15 license is too excessive. I did do some research, and if you're late on your license, driver's license renewal for the state of Michigan, it's $7. So to me, $40 seems excessive. So I will be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman.
Thank you, Chairman Woodward, and I just have to agree with Commissioner Long. A $15 fee and almost 300% late fee is very, very crazy and punitive, and I'm not in favor of it.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Commissioner Spiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In general, I support what Commissioner Long and Commissioner Hoffman said, but since I have 2 dogs and their licenses are already expired and I'm already late, I have to vote yes for this because I don't want to benefit from the lower rate. So I will be voting yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Smiley.
Well, since we're getting into that, I just paid my 3-year for my dog, and I too am against this because it's just $40 is too much, and I think you end up with more people not renewing their licenses or getting their license because they see how bad the late fee is. They just dodge it, and I think it's just too much. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Miller.
Thank you, Chair. My question is were people notified that this is going to change? Because it is kind of a short period. Typically when there's a change, it's like a year. You have a year so they understand, like, okay, next year if you're late, this is what's going to happen. So I don't know if people have been notified. That's all I asked.
And Commissioner Lubes, maybe you can speak to it directly. If I remember correctly from the committee meeting, that if you had an existing license that people are notified to, like, your deadline to renew, that does get communicated out. Now, if you've got a new, you're required after it's the state law to get one, that person might not have, but anyone with an existing license would have been notified. Commissioner Cavell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just listening to Commissioner's comments and also thinking about public comment about the deficit elimination plan, and if we are going to make these 300% increases in late fees because we're seeking more revenue for the animal shelter, perhaps we can find it in...
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, please prompt the vote.
Commissioner Joliet? No. Okay. Mr. Chair, you have 11 yeas, 6 nays.
A sufficient number voting the affirmative, the motion passes. Commissioner Lubes.
Our next item is acceptance of a donation from the Fugal Foundation from the Sheriff's Office Motor Unit.
Moved by Commissioner Lubes, seconded by Commissioner Hoffman. Any discussion? Commissioner Nelson, followed by Commissioner Cavell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I can appreciate the generosity of any donation, in this case, it's $90,000, which looks like it's going for $75K of that's going for 2 BMW motorcycles and $15,000 for uniforms. My question, what is our policy presently for evaluating the long-term costs to taxpayers when we accept donations that create ongoing costs? And in this case, more specifically, the 2 motorcycles, the maintenance costs. I know that we've had lots of conversations over the years about how great it is to receive the donations, but also too, there is a cost that comes with donations. And I was just wondering, where do we fall presently with policy and taxpayers paying the maintenance fees on donations?
Does anyone want to answer that? Commissioner Hoffman.
I'll speak to that. If we take money out of our budget to go buy a motorcycle or a sheriff car, there's maintenance. Somebody, a foundation or some philanthropist is giving us $90,000, and if somebody gave me $90,000 to buy a couple motorcycles, I'd happily pay the maintenance.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further discussion? Commissioner Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand the value of having motorcycles in law enforcement units. I'm going to vote yes, but I do have a heartburn that they're BMWs and not American-made. So I asked that I understand they're a donation, so we didn't have an option, but I would hope that we look at the American-made ones next time going forward.
It's a good point. Commissioner Cavell, followed by Commissioner Johnson.
I think Commissioner Miller just showed the coercive and undemocratic power that comes with receiving donations from well-heeled rich philanthropists that are allowed to donate money that they see fit to use.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, and with the caveat that I'm not on the committee, and perhaps there was a discussion about this. Commissioner Nelson's point really struck a chord with me, because with all due respect, Commissioner Hoffman, that's not true. Museums, for instance, reject donations all the time because they don't want the extended costs. It depends. But that is a real thing. Like, a museum will not just accept anything. And I would have to imagine that any well-respected nonprofit that accepts donations has a similar pros and cons weighing evaluation. In this case, it's coming from a foundation that I presume is an endowed fund, and I'm not sure if it's part of the current policy, to Commissioner Nelson's point, but I think I would like to see, if it's not, if it's from an endowed fund, I would like to see part of the endowed fund set up for ongoing maintenance, but that's part of the purpose of an endowment. I just thought that was a really good point, so I thought I would throw that in there.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Nelson for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to repeat the question one more time. What is our county policy for evaluating the long-term maintenance costs for accepting donations? Do we have a policy?
There is an ongoing, to that point, anyone else want to answer? The
I'm asking you,
entire
Mr.
fleet, motorcycles,
Foreign
vehicles and other things, there's an entire maintenance budget, and that is planned, and I understand this is added to the fleet or replacing vehicles that are recycling off or at end of life to be able to be done. So from a budgeting perspective, that is all part of the annual budget that we adopt.
Costs are the costs, and everybody needs to pay their fair share.
Agreed. Commissioner Cavell.
Chair, I mean this with all due respect about this and other things. You can just say you don't know and you will get an answer later. It's okay.
I do know. You actually approved the budget, Commissioner Cavell, you approved the budget with all the maintenance funds to maintain the vehicles. Seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, please prompt the vote.
Mr. Chair, you have 14 yeas, 3 nays.
A sufficient number voting in the affirmative, the resolution is, the motion is adopted. Commissioner Lubes.
There are no further items from the Public Health and Safety Committee tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This will move us on to new and miscellaneous business, and I believe we've got a number of resolutions for introduction. So I will start off with, if that's not up, if people, I think it was passed out or on your, you can refresh your screen, Milford Memories.
Mr. Chair, I move sponsorship of the 34th Annual Milford Memories asked to be referred to Finance.
Commissioner Weipert moves item 16G, referred to Finance without objection. This item H, Commissioner Lubes, I think, stepped away. So Commissioner Kirshenson introduces sponsorship of the American Legion Post 14 Blues, Brews, and Cruise Car Show, referred to Finance without objection. Item 16I, I'll recognize Commissioner Johnson. Is it 16I? Can you refresh?
Yeah, it's all right.
This is the item, your resolution to introduce.
I support. Yes, I am introducing a resolution renaming portions of Dixie Highway in Oakland County and select roadways in the city of Pontiac.
Okay.
And respectfully request it be sent to EDI.
Refer without objection. Next up is, I'll recognize Commissioner Powell.
So my resolution is to support for the Higher Pontiac Pre-Engineering Summer Internship Program, and I ask that it be sent to Finance.
All right. Next up, I think this is an item, Commissioner Cavell.
Thank you, Chair. I move to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of the resolution to establish a 1-year moratorium on the acquisition and expansion of surveillance technology in Oakland County.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, before we proceed to that, I just have a quick question. Have you ever had or currently have any financial or consulting
Commissioner
relationship
Nelson, you're
with
out of order.
FLOC?
All right, Commissioner.
Point of order.
Commissioner Cavell. Commissioner Cavell, on your motion.
Let the record reflect that a disclosure question was asked and no
Commissioner
answer
Nelson,
was given.
you are out of order.
It's inappropriate for you to be
are out of
voting
order,
without a
Commissioner
solid,
Nelson.
concrete answer.
Commissioner Cavell, your motion is also out of order. It is dilatory. We took action on this item last meeting. You are out of order. We're moving on to the next item. Commissioner, next item, sponsorship of the Lion Events International Kite Fest. Commissioner White.
I'd move that resolution has to be referred to Finance.
Referred to Finance without objection. The SOS, 7th Annual Stride SOS 5K.
Yes, I move that resolution be referred to finance.
Commissioner Taylor moves that it be referred to finance. Sponsor, Commissioner Gerson moves the sponsorship of the Orion Arts Center Dragon on the Lake Festival will be referred to finance without objection. The Oxford item, is it you, Commissioner Spitz? Commissioner
That's
Spitz.
mine. All Oxford's mine. I move the sponsorship of the Oxford Township Parks and Rec First Responder Appreciation Event. Refer to finance.
Referred to finance without objection. Commissioner Hoffman. The friend, the
Yes,
Highland.
Sponsorship of Friends of Downtown Highland 2026 Red, White, and Blue Festival, please refer to finance.
Thank you very much. That concludes that business. We'll move on to announcements. Is there any announcements? Moved by Commissioner Markham.
Well, Mr. Chair, it's not exactly an announcement, but it is a clarification based on what I've heard in the meeting today. I just want to address the issue of unassigned or negative fund balance and having 7 accounts that have negative fund balance at the end of the year. And that is because these are grant funds that come in, and we spend the money before we are reimbursed. And there are 7 funds that are that way, and we do this every year. And so we call that a deficit elimination, but it's just because we went ahead and spent the money on the service knowing that we would be refunded by a grant within the next couple of months. And that's what those are. This is not a hole in our budget. It's just timing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Markham. Any other announcements? Announcements, Commissioner Cavell.
Thank you, Chair. To try and role model good behavior, since we don't have an ethics policy, I just want to lift up. I am friends, or my friend's mom helps run the Schools Offer Support 7th Annual Strides for SOS 5K Race Walk. I won't make any money off this. I won't have any personal benefit, but I just want to disclose that I know this lady through my friend. So
Thank you very much.
We'll be asking the lawyers for an opinion.
All right, that will conclude announcements, and that will bring us to our second public comment. This is the opportunity for people to comment on anything, and I will start up with Daniel Milan, followed by Jessica Mihalik, who signed up earlier. Danielle? So Jessica, if you want to come forward to be closer to the mics, and then I will call on Miriam Blanks Smart.
It's Danielle Mallon, but I don't.
I'm sorry, Danielle.
It's okay. I don't expect you to. We don't know each other. I'm a resident of Birmingham. For months, I and my fellow Oakland County residents have been showing up, sending emails, making phone calls, and giving public comment about the presence of DHS and ICE in our community. We are still waiting for action from the board. I'm asking the board to act immediately on the following: approve $50,000 for legal aid to support impacted families, $100,000 to address food insecurity for impacted families. I am also asking for no 287G agreement with ICE. I understand the sheriff has indicated more than once, as well as the undersheriff, that there is no agreement, but it needs to be made in a policy so that a possible future sheriff or administration does not enter into an agreement. At the March 23rd Birmingham City Commission meeting, in our small little town, the commissioners confirmed that it is city policy to not enter into a 287 agreement. So if our small town of Birmingham can do that much, I'm confident that Oakland County can too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jessica? And then Kermit Williams and Jenna Lindsay.
Hello, I'm Jessica Mahalik. I am here to ask that you make legal aid and funding for food subsidies possible for those affected by detainment, that you keep ICE from detaining people on public property without a judicial warrant, that you keep the police from helping ICE, and please, we've been asking for a very long time for a consistent ad hoc meeting with a limited bias. We are asking for $150,000, the same amount you are rewarding today for student loan debt. It's unbelievable you would consider giving money that will ultimately go to a $2 billion university before you would consider helping residents with legal aid that could save their lives. Going to college is a privilege, it's a choice, it's not life or death. In a situation where this administration has declared the entire Democratic Party as an American enemy at one point, how can you assume we aren't next? Giving us just a tiny bit of money for legal aid is enough to give us hope. If you are too scared to fulfill the wishes of your residents because you may have funds temporarily frozen, then you might as well not exist, because that would mean the federal government is making all of the rules anyway. In a world where we are scared and angry, it is your job to ease those feelings. If you don't, then we, the people, feel we have to depend on ourselves. We begin to lose trust. And rather than a body that is here to protect and serve us, you feel like a body that is helping the system to attack us. You're telling us if they catch you, you're on your own. And you're showing us that you are also willing to hand us over by opening our county to inaccurate flock surveillance. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Miriam Blank Smart. And then Kermit
Good
Williams.
evening, Mr. Chairman.
Mhm.
My name is Miriam Blank Smart. I'm a resident of Southfield, Michigan. I'm here on behalf of the Pi Tau Omega chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. I'm here with our president, Rhonda Reynolds Williams, and these beautiful sea of pink and green women to your right. Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated was the first Greek letter organization founded by African American women, college-educated African American women. And it was founded in 1908 at Howard University with over nearly 400,000 members across the nation and internationally. We are here as the Southfield chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, which is called Pi Tau Omega. And we have over 300 members. We have been in existence since 1987. We'll soon be celebrating our 40th. And with Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority, our underlying purpose is to serve all mankind. We are a service organization, and Pi Tau Omega has been in Southern Oakland County for nearly 40 years to uplift residents, to empower communities, and we are very happy to have an opportunity to introduce to many members of our Oakland County communities the work of Pi Tau Omega and the work of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority. We have something called Legislative Day in our chapter, and it gives our members an opportunity to come to the deliberative bodies within the communities of Oakland County to find out what the proposals, what the votes are, what the issues are that you are addressing so that we can make sure that we are in alignment with what it is that is important to the communities we serve in Oakland County. So we are interested in what you're doing, and that's why we're here, and we appreciate the opportunity to address you, and thank you very much for having us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Kermit Williams, followed by Jenna Lindsay, and then Jackie Myers.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. I'm Kermit Williams. I'm here today as the Political Director of Oakland Forward. Our mission statement is to engage, equip, and empower residents through self-determination to collectively revitalize some communities of color. And I've got some members with me. If you're a member of Oakland Forward, please stand up. This group behind me helped work on Oakland County's largest transit millage, and people are using the buses 1,000 more %. So thank you, commissioners, for making that happen and doing that. So I want to give it up for the commissioners for making that happen. That was a success story. Last month was a tragedy because people passed flock legislation without the community being informed. I'm not here to talk about the commissioners. I work with some of you guys, and you guys are doing a great job. What I'm here to talk about is the Oakland County Sheriff being unattentive and unresponsive to our information. After the meeting, we asked for a town hall, and we were told that we could listen to a radio report from Sheriff Bouchard about flock. Let me say that again. Instead of representing the residents, matter of fact, I'm from the city of Pontiac, where we pay the most in the sheriff's department, almost $17 million, and to be told that our residents could hear about it by hearing a radio presentation to answer questions about surveillance. Be very clear. Our organization helps Black and brown folks. And Black and brown folks have traditionally been mistreated, misused by our criminal justice system. To bring in questions from the community and not be able to give them an answer for the legislators who want to surveil them is unacceptable. This body, I'm asking tonight, is over the sheriff's department and over the sheriff's funding. I'm asking you to call them to account for their respect of the people and the communities that they are serving. We are taxpayers, we are residents, and we demand accountability from our sheriff's department to describe what's going to be flying over us and misused by data and other things. There's a history of flock not being right. And for the sheriff's department not to answer to the citizens if they think this is something good is totally unacceptable. So I'm pleading with the Board of Commissioners today to bring in the Sheriff's Department and hold them to account for speaking to the residents over something they say is good.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Jenna Lindsay, followed by Jackie Myers.
I think you're going out of order in the comments.
I'm going around. I mean, I'm just getting an opportunity for people who haven't spoken before. So.
Oh, I have spoken before, but thank you.
There isn't no order. I've got lots of sheets here, and I'm trying to get through the people who sign sheets all at the same time.
Well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Lindsay?
Okay. I guess it's good to be back.
Excuse me. You are out of order. Would you like to speak? Would you like to?
Okay. Well,
okay, we'll move.
I'll speak, but yeah, you are going out of order.
You.
But so I guess it's good to be back in Oakland County at the Board of Commissioners meeting. I'm here to clear up a few things that I've heard on the news. First of all, this is not just about the 911 drones. It's about flock as a whole. I see flock cameras everywhere I go in this county, and they are just as unacceptable as the drones because it is a form of mass surveillance. And let's keep in mind that Flock is a surveillance company that is backed by Peter Thiel, whose stated goal is a mass surveillance state. He is quoted saying that. You should read the Palantir Manifesto. And then some quotes. Marcia, I heard in a committee meeting you were saying that you don't want to let negative voices control the narrative. We are not negative voices. We are dissenting voices. Dave, you said that our recall effort was a ridiculous stunt. It's not a stunt. Democracy in action. It's the will of the people. And then I also heard the reason we moved public comment last meeting was because staff was having to stay late unpaid. First of all, pay the people that work here. And you didn't mention the people who came to speak, who stayed late, who missed time with their families, who probably had other things they wanted to do than come here and talk about Flock, but you disrespected our time, and we've had enough of it. The recall is not only warranted, again, it's democracy in action, and I was thinking, if only there was a document that I could refer to describe why we're doing a recall. Luckily, I have it with me. This is a pocket constitution and the Declaration of Independence. And I'm just going to quote one quick section of the Declaration of Independence. You might be familiar. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive to these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute a new government, laying its foundations on such principles and organizing its powers in such form that they shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Just want to say, you can buy this for $1.99, or you can have Flock pay for it.
Thank you very much. Jackie. Next up is Jackie Myers.
Madam Clerk, I was number 3 on
Sharon
the list.
Trumpy.
I was number 3 on the list.
I
came at
am
5
calling up Jackie
at 5
Myers. I'm
o'clock,
calling up Jackie.
and I signed up. I'm number 3. I came
sir,
at 5 o'clock.
Jackie Myers.
I came at
Jackie,
5 o'clock. I came at 5 o'clock.
You're out of order, sir. Excuse me. Everyone will be afforded the opportunity to speak.
I came at
Jackie
5
Myers,
o'clock to
you are not
sign
going
up
to disrupt
purposely.
these. Mr. Flores,
Madam
you will not
Clerk,
disrupt
can you
these
please
proceedings.
hold
You will not disrupt
accountable?
these proceedings.
Number 3.
You are out of order. You are out of order. Please sit down. I will ask you to be escorted back to your seat, sir. You.
I was number 3.
You will sit down, Mr. Flores. You will sit down, Mr. Flores.
What's the point of a sign up if you're not following it, Mr. Chair?
I came at 5 o'clock to sign up. Let him speak.
Ms. Myers, do you want to speak?
I mean, I'm fine to go in order.
No, you may speak. Okay. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Jackie Myers, and I'm from White Lake, and I support the recall of Dave Woodward and any other commissioners who refuse to walk back the Flock program. We elect all of you and trust that you'll represent our interests so that we don't have to dedicate a ton of time and energy to this space. Clearly, that trust has been misplaced. You're too quick to trust a curated sales pitch and too slow to acknowledge the perspectives of those who understand the horrors and dangers of this technology. I wish I would have paid attention before a Flock camera ever showed up here in Oakland County, but I'm here now, along with many others, and we will not be going anywhere. I hope that the promise of our continued involvement breathes new life into all of you. If it doesn't, and that level of public engagement makes you uncomfortable, I encourage you to reflect on why, remember your oaths as public servants, and seek to align your conduct with that commitment. For the first time in a very long time, I'm feeling a sense of hope. Hope that this marks a shift in our little corner of the world where we can continue to show up and ensure that our elected officials represent us. What an exciting time for Oakland County. All power to the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, I did not recognize. Okay. We are going to call a recess. All right, if commissioners can please take their seats. I'm going to ask the clerk to call roll to re-establish quorum.
Commissioners Cavell?
Here.
Erickson Galt? Gershenson? Gingell was excused. Hoffman?
Here.
Johnson?
Present.
Joliet?
Here.
Long?
Here.
Lubes?
Here.
Markham? Miller?
Here.
Nelson?
Here.
Powell? Smiley?
Here.
Smith Charles was excused. Spiz? Taylor?
Here.
Wipert?
Here.
Woodward?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to resume public comment. I'm going to call on David Bazinski, followed by Martha Zizlagi, and then Sharon Trumpy. Mr. Bazinski? And if Martha and Sharon want to come closer to be closer to the podium so we can move forward.
Was Mike Flores speaker number 3? Are we going in order or no?
He was not speaker number 3.
Okay, thank you. My name is David Bazinski, and I'm a Royal Oak resident living near the Sheets development at Coolidge and 14 Mile. I'm speaking to you tonight because I am deeply concerned about the ongoing conflicts of interest and a continued lack of transparency in decision-making. Time and again, we are not informed of Commissioner Dave Woodward's financial relationships until after decisions are made. These relationships are not voluntarily disclosed. They are uncovered later through investigative reporting. That is not transparency. That is reactive damage control. We saw this clearly with flock surveillance drones. Commissioner Woodward pushed through surveillance in Oakland County while limiting meaningful public input. Shortly after that vote, it was reported that he had taken an all-expenses-paid trip to Flock's headquarters in Georgia. Residents were not informed of that relationship beforehand. We also see similar patterns in Royal Oak. Mayor Mike Fournier, who has a business relationship with Commissioner Woodward, advanced flock surveillance cameras locally by placing the contract on a consent agenda, minimizing scrutiny and avoiding full public discussion. At both the city and the county level, public comment is routinely delayed until late in meetings. Recesses are called in order to discourage participation and effectively shut out the residents from the process. This brings me to the Sheets development. This project at 14 Mile and Coolidge represents a failure of priorities, transparency, and accountability, and Dave Woodward and the others involved should be held accountable for their roles in it. This was a 6-acre parcel on a major corridor with access to public transportation, exactly the kind of site that should be prioritized for affordable housing. Instead, Woodward and Royal Oak Mayor Fournier eliminated that possibility permanently. This project moved forward despite strong and consistent opposition from residents, people raising legitimate concerns about safety, traffic, environmental impact, and land use. Given what we now know about Commissioner Woodward's relationships with Flock and Sheets, the question must be asked, whose interests are being served? This is not about one vote or one project. It reflects a broader pattern of decisions made without full disclosure, without meaningful public input, and without accountability. Residents are losing trust in both city and county government. We feel ignored and in many cases misled. We deserve better. We deserve honesty. We deserve leadership that prioritizes long-term community health, environmental responsibility, housing needs, and the fundamental rights of the people that they represent. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Martha, followed by Sharon, and then Sam, is it Gavin, and then Paul Bateman. Hey, Martha. Oh.
Martha Salagi, Bluefield Township. I am here this evening to express my indignation about the signs of toxic leadership I am seeing on this commission. Lack of transparency, disregard for democratic processes, obfuscation, putting self-interest and self-enrichment above the needs and concerns of constituents, wielding power as a weapon against those who disagree with you. Timidity when courage is demanded, especially when it concerns public safety. When the will of the people is circumvented deliberately, this is the ultimate example of toxic leadership. We are not being represented, and we do not trust you. My question is, what is the purpose of the commission if not to do the people's business? We are disillusioned, but not deterred. We have not forgotten about the 6 resolutions proposed by Commissioner Cavell that have yet to be acted upon to protect our immigrant community. And we certainly will not forgive the Commission's approval of the use of flock drones in our county before public comment was permitted. Shameful. To quote from Network, one of the finest films to come out of Hollywood, we are mad as hell, and we are not going to take this anymore.
Sharon Trumpy, followed by Sam Gavin and then Paul Bateman. Hey, Sharon.
Good evening, Chair Woodward. My name is Sharon Trumpy. I would like to note that I believe I was 5th or 6th on the sign up underneath Mike Flores. I'm a District 19 resident and I am Oakland County. I want to start my comments with gratitude. Commissioner Charlie Cavell, my commissioner, and Commissioner Kristen Nelson have shown real leadership on mandatory financial disclosure and ethics reform, on protecting our immigrant neighbors, on opposing the flock drone resolution, and on objecting to moving public comment to the end of the meeting. Thank you both. I recently found the 2020 video of you, Chair Woodward, and Commissioner William Miller announcing the Welcoming County Initiative, part of Welcoming Michigan. You both spoke about your excitement to ensure that Oakland County is truly welcoming to immigrants. I am asking you both sincerely, how do you reconcile a commitment with approving the flock drone contract, a surveillance system that poses risk to all residents, but particularly Black, Brown, and immigrant communities? How is refusing to take meaningful action on the 6 asks of the ICE out of Oakland County part of our welcoming county? Forming an ad hoc committee that reports to a standing committee that reports to the full board, especially an ad hoc committee that does not appear to actually meet, is not building a welcoming community, it is delay. I also want to address a repeated pattern of disrespect that I have seen from more than one commissioner in media, on social media, and at in-person events. For just one example, Commissioner Smith Charles, without identifying herself as a county commissioner, commented on a WWJ News Radio Facebook post this week saying, quote, "But you all good with Ring doorbells recording your every move?" Ring doorbells are on private property. Residents choose to have them and they do not fly. But more troubling than that false comparison is what it signals about how the commissioner chose to engage with constituents. Residents have raised serious concerns at public meetings, in emails, in person, and yes, on social media. A dismissive Facebook comment is not a response to that. It is a deflection and it is disrespectful. We deserve better from our elected officials. Finally, I want to note that Commissioners Brendan Johnson, Gwen Markham, Marcia Gershenson, Angela Powell, and Yolanda Smith-Charles all left before or during public comment at the April 8th meeting, after having voted, as I best could tell, since you denied Commissioner Cavell's request for a roll call vote, to move public comment to the end. All of you chose to run for this office, so do your job. Turn your chairs towards us. Listen to the people who have taken time out of their schedule to speak to you. Stop telling us that how we show up is doing something wrong. We are Oakland County, and you are our commissioners, and you owe us your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sam, and then Paul. Hi, Sam.
Hello. My name is Sam Guerin. I'm a resident of Ferndale, and I am Oakland County. I'm here today to urge the commission to cancel our contract with Flock. $2.5 million. How else could Oakland County use that money? More funding for our incredible students who we heard from this evening. More funding for our immigrant neighbors who have been targeted, profiled, and detained in horrific conditions by ICE. Maybe we could fund ethics investigations. Instead, here we are, paying for the privilege of being surveilled by a company that only today was revealed to have spied on a children's gymnastics studio in Georgia. Flock shares data with ICE. It has been implicated in racist profiling. This contract endangers our privacy and our security in Oakland County. The best time to cancel this contract was April 8th. The second best time is today. Commissioner Woodward, who do you serve? The people of Oakland County or out-of-state corporate interests? Last time I checked, you don't get to pick and choose when you listen to your boss. I sure don't. You're a public servant. Maybe you should try serving the public sometime. Dave Woodward, get the flock out of Oakland County.
Thank you, Sam. Paul, followed by Ray Brout. So Paul, then Ray Brout, and then I think it's Jake Hayhoop. Hi, Paul.
Hi, good evening. My name is Paul Bateman. I'm a resident of Oakland County, District 1. I am here tonight to raise serious concerns about Dave Woodward's conflict of interest, transparency, and fairness as the elected leader of this commission. First, Mr. Woodward, residents deserve a straightforward explanation of how your private consulting business intersects with your public duties. News reports and filings indicate that you have provided consulting services, including to entities like Sheets, a company with business interests in Oakland County. Although you didn't vote on it directly, I believe you might have a pretty serious influence on the mayor, who pushed it harder than everything I've ever seen him do. Residents deserve a straightforward explanation of all this. News reports and filings indicate that you have provided consulting services, including entities like Sheets, as I mentioned. If that's true, how are you ensuring that your private clients or prospective clients do not benefit from your public position or access to county decision-making? Transparency here is essential to maintain the public's trust. Additionally, Channel 7 investigators reported that Flock Safety paid for travel to the company's Atlanta headquarters. Even if this trip complied technically with ethics rules, it raises serious questions about propriety, especially since you later oversaw discussions and votes related to the Flock surveillance systems. The public deserves a clear accounting of who paid for what, when, and why. There's also deep concern among residents and some commissioners that you tend to disregard or demean voices that disagree with you. Leadership requires listening to all constituents, not just those who support your policy positions. When it came to the Flock safety vote, you moved community comments to the end of the meeting, after the vote had already taken place. Effectively, you silenced the public input. That decision undermined the democratic process. Chair Woodward, was that change made to streamline discussion or to avoid hearing opposition? Finally, Oakland County taxpayers deserve leadership that models respect, openness, and ethics. I ask that you publicly address 3 key questions tonight. Who are the consulting clients, including any current or past ties to Sheets? What steps will you take to prevent conflicts of interest, perceived or real? How will you protect residents' rights to meaningful participation before votes take place? The public simply asks for honesty, transparency, and accountability from those you represent.
Thank you, sir. Ray, and then I think it's Jake. And then Shirley Yee after that. Ray, welcome.
Hi.
I am here to add yet another voice to the chorus that is against this flock contract. $2.5 million is a lot of money and going to a surveillance system that is known to make a lot of mistakes and be used for racial profiling, for ICE detainment, and has links to Peter Thiel and Palantir, all sorts of stuff that we don't want in Oakland County. No flock. Flock should be out of Oakland County. I would also like to make some comments about just the land usage in Oakland County. I'm not sure about, this is my first time at a commissioner meeting, so I'm not sure about exactly what you can do about this, but I have some issues. The suburbs is an ecological dead zone in some ways. These grass lawns are monoculture. There is no, all the native wildlife, the native flora, the native fauna is suppressed by the pesticides, the constant trimming and whatnot of these lawns. The lawns should be, we have parks that have all these grass spaces that we don't need all that grass space. We could definitely reduce that. And definitely not spray pesticides on them. And also these roadside areas would be much nicer, much more beautiful, and much more ecologically productive if we had native wildlife, native plants there. I care about the ecosystems. Humans think that we are not a part of the ecosystem. We think we can control and dominate the ecosystems however we want. The pesticides and all the poison, the pollution, all of this affects us too. We are part of the ecosystems. The plants and the animals, we are animals. We need biodiverse ecosystems. We need ecosystems that are healthy and not being suppressed with pesticides and monoculture lawns that are invasive and not productive. And that is unrelated to flock, but flock is also a bad thing.
Thank you, Ray. Jake, followed by Shirley Yee, and then Miriam Fakuri.
Hi, my name is Jake Highcoop. I'm a senior at Lakeland High School in White Lake Township. And I'm standing here tonight because what this board decided on April 8th affects my future. I grew up being told that in America, your government works for you and that you get a voice. And that before decisions are made about your community gets to speak. That's the foundation this country was built on. So when hundreds of residents, some parents, union workers, teachers, retirees, students, the people who vote for you, they packed this building to have their voices heard, and this board called the vote before a single one of them spoke. You didn't just break procedure, you broke a promise, and you broke the social contract. And for what, you may ask? To fast track a surveillance program from a private company that has already shown us exactly who it answers to, and it isn't us. We all know that outside agencies, some in Texas, which is pretty far away from Oakland County, may I add, have been accessing Flock's shared databases. We know that over 4,000 searches were run on behalf of federal authorities with purposes that were never made clear to the public. And we know that a woman in Tennessee was arrested at gunpoint, dragged across state lines, jailed for 5 months, lost everything she owned because of an AI surveillance tool getting it wrong. That's not a hypothetical. That has happened and that will happen again. I'm 18 years old. This data that's collected by those cameras, by the drones, it doesn't expire and it doesn't forget. It follows my generation for decades, and I did not consent to that, and neither did the people who filled this room on April 8th and were told, in effect, to go wait outside while the grown-ups voted. This board still has a chance to do the right thing. Cancel this contract, cancel the next one, and then ask yourselves a harder question. Why are we so eager to watch our own people? Every camera, every drone, every license plate reader is another brick in the wall between the government and the governed. We were promised public servants, not monitors, not watchers, not a county that rents our skies to a private company and calls it safety. Real safety is a community that trusts its government. And right now, you are making it impossible. Tear this program down, not just the pilot, not just the contract, but the very mindset that says the answer to every problem is more surveillance, more data, more control over people who never asked to be watched in the first place. I'm in my senior year of high school. I shouldn't be here. I should be studying for my finals that are taking place next week. But guess what? I am here because of your decisions. And I will keep coming back until this board remembers who it works for.
Thank you. Shirley Yee, followed by Miriam Fakuri, and then Mike Wise. Shirley's not here? Okay. Miriam? No, that's not how this works. Miriam Fakuri. Miriam Fakuri? Okay. Moving on. Mike Wise? Oh, Miriam.
Okay, hi. My name is Mariam. I'm from Troy, Michigan. I've been coming to these things since February, since we've been asking you guys to do the simple thing of food aid and legal aid to immigrants in your community because they're your residents and you owe them that. I've been to like community meetings where people, like average people, are having to get together and figure out how to donate money and figure out how to like get food to people, to their neighbors. And it's a logistical nightmare. And also, it's just really sad that it's coming down to people having to reach into their pockets, you know, when they're already paying taxes for the $1 billion budget that you all have. Like, this is your responsibility, and it should be embarrassing to you that, you know, random people on their off time, like in the, you know, after their work, in between, whenever they can find the time, are having to do the job of the government. The second thing I wanted to talk about was I'm also here in support of recalling Commissioner Dave Woodward, or recalling you, Chairman. And I wanted to just, and we all know why, it's because of Flock, it's because of this pattern of unethical behavior, it's because of not wanting to do anything for immigrants and then turning around 2 weeks later and saying we're gonna do $2 million for Flock drones, so just like a slap in the face, removing public comment, everything. And I just wanted to like highlight something that I've heard is that, oh, the people doing this recall are being like anti-Democrat, you're not supporting Democrats. And I just wanted to reaffirm that we have a Republican sheriff, okay? And Dave Woodward, you are doing whatever this sheriff wants. I don't know what he's convinced you of, that like somehow that's democratic to have surveillance drones and not care about immigrants, but give me a break. We are trying to protect Oakland County from this Republican sheriff, and you are being compromised by him. And so if we're not being anti-Democrat, you are being a liability to Democrats by letting the Republican sheriff take over. And the last thing I wanted to say was just, talking to just like, you know, people in my family, whatever, talking to people, when you tell them about this, you know what people say? They're like, yeah, that's politicians, right? They're just corrupt, aren't they? What are you gonna do? That's politicians. They take trips and then get contracts. They lie. They don't have ethics. Like, yeah, that's politics. Is that what you want? Do you want to reinforce that? That's what you're doing every day. Every time I come here, you reinforce that again and again. And you're just building and adding to like what is the most ugliest, worst, terrible part of our political system. And to be honest, it's undermining democracy because you're like, you know, taking money from corporations, et cetera. So that's pretty much it. Yeah, you're actively destroying democracy because, you know, you're giving people the ability to say, why care? The government sucks. And, you know, we, as the government, the only reason you would want that is if you want to have like crazy unlimited power and you don't want people to care. So I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Perfect. Mike Wise, and then it's Samantha Hunt and Laura Evans. Is Mike here? Mike
Yeah,
Wise?
I'm right here.
Hi, Mike.
Mike Wise, Commerce Township, and 65-year resident of Oakland County. You are helping to turn this country and America into a surveillance state. People don't want to visit here anymore. People don't want to vacation here anymore. People don't want to come here for work anymore. People don't want to come here as a student anymore. People don't want to invest in America anymore. People don't want to become an American citizen anymore. And the numbers on each and every one of these categories are increasing and increasing. You are turning this county and America into a place that's toxic, into a county that people don't want to have anything to do with. Other countries fear us. They think we are cruel. They think we are dark. They think we are extreme. They think we are inhospitable. They think we are stupid. What are you doing? What you are doing is making our country even more toxic. Keep flock and ice out of Oakland County and America. And Christine Long, don't forget the Epstein files.
Thank you, sir. Samantha Hunt, Lori Evans, and then Kevin Grimm. Samantha, welcome.
My name is Samantha Hunt. I don't feel very welcome today because I was 7th on the list, and it's now almost 9 o'clock. So you'll forgive me if I don't really accept your welcome into this chamber today. In fact, a lot of us don't feel very welcome in this chamber when you're in it and when you're leading it. I was very interested by the person that said that you are corrupted by the sheriff, because I got to witness for myself at a Waterford School Board meeting Sheriff Scott Underwood say to the entire board that they want to use these drones and the flock for predictive policing. He said it in front of everybody. So be honest about what you want. The Clawson sheriff, she said that she was afraid of not approving the flock drone trial, or their extension of flock drones, because they might not be able to benefit from their neighbors having flock. They might not want to share the data. So you're colluding with all these other areas to help flock to infiltrate so that you guys can have your bread and circuses and we can't. The people are suffering. Gas for my car is $6.19. It's not a nice car, it's old as shit. I know you got an electric car. It must be pretty nice. You know, our electric rates are going up really high too. The people are suffering under taxes, and we get to come in here and we get to hear how you want to shovel all this money into these fun little entertaining projects for you guys and your student loan forgiveness that you'll also benefit from. And I'm not saying that's not a benefit from the community, for the community as well, but I'm saying maybe you didn't think of that, except for the fact that maybe you could benefit from it too. It's hard not to see these things this way when you behave this way. We see Sheets, we see Flock. I don't care how much they paid for you to get there. I don't care if they paid your airfare. You know who can't afford airfare right now? Families in your communities. So it might seem like no money to you, a little nothing to accept to you, but that's something that a family in your community can't afford to do. It is not fair for you to constantly have this body surveil all of us, because it's always about your safety. We don't have to worry about Flock because you'll feel safe. When do we get to feel safe? Because we don't feel safe from Flock. You can say your contract will protect us. You don't have a contract. So how will it protect us? It's lies on top of lies on top of lies, and we're tired of it. I keep telling you, I'll keep coming back here, and I will. I mean it. I miss my kids these Thursdays, but it's worth it to tell you what you're doing wrong, and I'll keep doing it.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, Lori Evans, followed by Kevin Grimm. And then Alexis Cromie.
My name is Lori Evans, and I'm a resident of Troy and Commission District 1. I attended the April 8th Commission meeting to see the vote on the Flock drone program and to hear what my fellow Oakland County residents were saying about the proposed contract. On April 8th, I was shocked and dismayed by what occurred regarding the public comments being moved to the end of the meeting, the attitudes displayed toward the residents that came to the meeting, and the commissioners' apparent unfamiliarity with the company and the well-documented practices of the company that they were about to engage with, as well as the details of the contract that they were preparing to vote on. I stayed at that meeting. I did not come to make a public comment on the 8th. I stayed at that meeting and listened to almost 3 hours of comment at the end. And apparently the commissioners, most of them anyway, sat but did not listen. I thought April 8th was a low point in the commission that had more than enough low points, and that the commissioners by the end were finally being made to take an honest look at themselves. I was wrong. Everything that I have read and heard since, every explanation, justification, and comment made by the commissioners since April 8th have been more shameful, more embarrassing, and more inexplicable than what came before. I am so sad for our county as I hear the deflection, misrepresentation, and misdirection which has occurred from several commissioners, including the chair, at local meetings, in interviews, and social media over the past 2 weeks. The chair has asserted he was surprised by the motion to move public comments and that there was nothing he could do about an action the other commissioners wanted to take. And yet he voted to move the comments and approve the agenda with no discussion or express concern. When asked for a roll call, the chair refused, and later said he refused because the vote was overwhelming. A roll call is not about proving a vote. It's about accountability. It's about constituents knowing how their representatives voted, and about representatives owning their vote. Our right to know about that vote was quashed. One commissioner commented in a subsequent committee meeting that they had heard from constituents individually in the week before April 8th through off-the-record email and phone calls, and they felt they had enough information and input to cast their vote, completely dismissing the people who showed up to go on the record with their perspective. I don't believe it matters how many people anyone may claim to have heard from in advance. It is a shameful reason to effectively silence those who show up to also exercise their rights in line with meeting protocols. The commissioner even suggested it was the fault of the residents for not calling in advance, blaming people for choosing to show up in person. Finally, I'm dismayed that the commissioners still claim not to understand the issue that is of concern to the residents after almost 3 hours of comment. They're trying to redirect the conversation to be about surveillance versus responder drones. The issue, however, is about data collection, data control, and data usage. Not what drones are used for, but what is happening to our images, our privacy, our activities, our alleged activities, even if it's part of a responder call. Data that can be twisted in 100 different ways, no matter how it was collected or why. That's the issue. You tried to silence us on April 8th. You tried to push your way past us, but we will not be silenced. We will exercise our rights and we will be heard. I am a resident. I am a registered voter. I have a voice. I am Oakland County.
Thank you. Kevin Grimm. Oh, no, excuse me. Kevin Grimm, Alexa Cromie, and then Ann L.
Hello, I'm Kevin Grimm. I'm a resident of Troy. I'm a resident of County Commission District 1, and I am Oakland County. And I'm speaking tonight because the comments of the chair and other commissioners in the 2 weeks since the recall petitions were filed have really outraged me and have also, I think, largely missed the point that citizens are angry not just about what this commission's been doing, but how they've been doing it. And I'd like the commissioners to understand that their explanations for their votes on April 8th to move the public comment and to approve the flock drone contract not only miss the point, but those explanations themselves are excellent examples of the arrogant and disrespectful attitude towards constituents which characterizes this commission and has destroyed the trust of citizens. Being told that no roll call vote was needed misses the point that roll call votes hold commissioners accountable. Being told that commissioners receive phone calls and emails on the contract misses the point that the commission voted without any record of public concerns about the contract. Being told that the belated public comment didn't change any commissioners' minds misses the point that the opportunity to change minds was denied to over 200 people who had traveled here to the meeting and taken time out of their days and lives to present their opinions and concerns. Being told that the drones are not surveillance drones, which I know you have said, and you're thinking it every time somebody uses that word tonight, but nevertheless, that misses the point. That Flock is a private company that has proven itself unwilling to protect citizens' privacy. And finally, being told of all the achievements of the board misses the point that the board's manner of doing business has destroyed public trust and undermined basic ethical principles of good governance. And that leaves out the things that the board hasn't done, which they could easily do, which have already been cataloged by a number of fellow citizens and speakers tonight. And because I've been so efficient, I can conclude and ad lib. The recall effort represents one legitimate avenue of citizen action as we attempt to restore the principles of democracy to our county government. And I know, Commissioner Dave, that you're trying to give space to people who haven't spoken before, but I know that Justine Galbraith and Mike Flores signed up before I did on the lists tonight. I think just follow the damn lists. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm.
Get the fuck out
Alexis
of Oakland
Cromie,
County.
followed by Ann L.
I would introduce myself, but clearly you know my name. You saw it and moved me to the bottom of the list. We're just going to skip that part. Today, I couldn't go to work. There was a threat called in, and today we had to shut down. And all I could think about was how thankful I was for the drones. Just kidding. No. It was the amazing humans that were there, all the hard work of them, that they were able to handle the situation beautifully. Everyone was safe, and the situation was handled. We should be pushing for therapists in schools, not guns. We should put money into human police officers, not drones. We need to respond appropriately to the needs of our residents, protect public safety, and expand opportunities for all families. Does that sound familiar? It's your statement from the Detroit 7 News. All families? The hundreds of children who stopped going to school because of ICE? The hundreds of families that can't go grocery shopping for themselves or pay rent because they are not illegal immigrants, but because the color of their skin could mean detainment and a deportation? What about Maria Bonner, who was booked into the Oakland County Jail? I thought Oakland County didn't cooperate with ICE. Actions speak louder than words, commissioners. It's not what you say, but what you do. So that's why I will be joining the action for the week recall of Dave Woodward. Thank you to everyone who showed up today, and good night.
Thank you very much. Next up, Justine Galbraith. Justine? Oh, sorry. Ann L. I'm sorry, yes. Ann L. and then Justine. I'm sorry.
Mike was way before me.
Welcome, Ann.
Anyway, good evening. My name is Ann Lehman. I'm from Davisburg. And you know for months now, we've been coming before you with the same message, the same urgency, and the same ask. Get ICE out of Oakland County. Get FLOC out of Oakland County. Not later, not in theory, but now. This is not a new conversation. You've heard our concerns. You've seen our neighbors show up again and again, sharing real fear, real harm, and real disruption to their families. Families are being destabilized. Workers, neighbors, and friends are being kidnapped. Children are left wondering if their parents will ever make it home. These are not abstract policy debates. These are lived realities happening in our communities. So today we are asking you to move beyond acknowledgement into action, put our asks in writing. Commit clearly and publicly that Oakland County will not support, enable, or collaborate with ICE operations in our community. Words of reassurance are not enough anymore. We need real policy that reflects those words. And alongside that commitment, allocate funding where it is urgently needed. If this county is serious about protecting its residents, then it must invest in legal aid for immigrants navigating an increasingly complex and hostile system. Access to legal representation can be the difference between stability and separation, between safety and deportation. At the same time, families impacted by ICE are facing immediate economic hardship. Breadwinners are being removed. Households are pushed into crisis overnight. Allocate funds to address food insecurity for these families, because no child in Oakland County should go hungry because of a policy failure. Finally, we are calling on you to stop surveillance that fuels this fear. Do not renew any contract with Flock. Mass data collection and surveillance tools do not make our communities safer. They make us more vulnerable, especially for immigrant communities who are already under scrutiny. We should not be investing in systems that track, monitor, and potentially target our own residents. This is about trust. You cannot stand with community while investing in a system that harms it. You have the authority to act, you have the responsibility to lead, and you have a community that has been clear, consistent, and patient, but our patience has run out. Put it in writing, fund what matters, and choose policies that reflect the values of safety, dignity, and justice for everyone in Oakland County. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ann. Justine, followed by Mike Flores.
Mr. Chair, you said followed by who?
Mike Flores.
Thank you. My name is Justine Galbraith. I am from Troy, District 2, and I am Oakland County. I just want to say thank you for having Mike come up next. He was third, and I'm just so confused about the order that we're going in. It feels like control just for control's sake, and it's weird. All right. So I'm here to talk about Flock, and there's been a lot of commentary from the commission since the April 8th vote, and very little of it helpful. There's been a lot of hand-wringing about what we call the drones, if they're surveillance drones or 911 drones or whatever. It's not a surveillance drone until someone decides to use it that way. And that's the history. Flock has a dismal history in terms of data security and misuse of their technology. I don't know why anyone's okay with a contract with a company with such a disreputable reputation. Likewise, I don't know why anyone is okay with going forward with this when you learned after the vote that Chair Woodward had gone to Flock on an all expenses paid trip and had a clear conflict of interest. If I were a commissioner, I would have been really embarrassed to take that vote not having all the information. He made fools out of you by not letting you know that he had taken this trip and that he had this conflict. Sir, you should have recused yourself. The process on the 8th was really insulting. Some of the explanations since then have been equally insulting. Someone mentioned it earlier, but one of the commissioners saying, I thought I had enough feedback from people because I'd gotten emails and everything. So the people who came here didn't need to be heard from, was essentially what was said, which is really insulting. When you heard and when you saw the opposition on the 8th, there was no reason that you couldn't have paused and said, you know what, there's a lot of strong feelings about this, let's put it off a month and discuss it. And there's no reason why you can't pause again and consider Commissioner Cavell's resolution. There's no reason you can't amend the agenda or do whatever tricks you have to do to make things possible. You just choose not to. And again, it's control for control's sake, and we're very sick of it. Happy to be working on the recall.
Thank you, Justine. Mike Flores.
Is he the last speaker?
No.
Okay, no. When you get to the last one, I want to speak last. Thank you, sir. I have had enough of this.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Mike Flores de Troy. I arrived here at 5 o'clock, and I was the third person on that list. I am Oakland County, and I support ICE out of Oakland County. I want to begin with the simple truth. It's been 3 months. 3 months since residents began engaging with this board. 3 months of emails, calls, meetings, hours of public comments, and most Democrats ignoring us. And after all that, there has been no meaningful movement on the 6 community asks related to ICE. So I would like to move a sponsorship package of $150,000 to support our Oakland County residents. Can I get a second? We've had one ad hoc committee. No additional committee has been scheduled. No additional meeting has been scheduled. No clear timeline and no action. And while this body delays, our neighbors are being taken from our communities. This is not theoretical. This is happening here in Pontiac. This is happening in Madison Heights. This is happening in Troy. This is happening in Hazel Park. This is happening in Wixom. This is happening in Southfield, right here in our county. So the question is not whether you understand the issue. The question is whether you're willing to act with the urgency that the moment requires, sir. Because from where the community is sitting, we are completely disappointed. There's a quote that speaks directly to this moment. Do not let people think that you do not belong. And that's exactly what's happening when this body completely ignores the community ask, or when public comment is limited, or when it's pushed to the end of the agenda, or when elected officials leave the room before hearing the people. It sends a message. But let us be clear. We reject that message. We will not be intimidated. We will not be discouraged. And we will not be pushed out of spaces where we belong, public spaces where we belong. And let me say it directly and clearly. The most powerful force in this room is the collective voices of those who continue to show up, to organize, and demand accountability. We the people, not Flock, not Sheets, not the sheriff, not Dave Woodward. Now, it's your responsibility to act. Do your damn job to protect all of Oakland County residents.
Thank you. Next up, we've got Cullen Black and then Heather Hadley.
Good evening, Commissioners. I do believe I was dead last on the sign-up sheet for whatever it's worth. Whatever. In any case, I wanted to speak to the issue of Chair Woodward's flight out to Atlanta to be spoken to by, my understanding is, Flock execs. I was told in person, face-to-face, much closer than this by Dave Woodward this past Saturday, over a lunch that he invited me to, that travel was the only thing covered. I don't know if that counts as all expenses paid, but for whatever it's worth, travel was the only thing covered. I was told by Chair Woodward that his privacy concerns were addressed in full at that meeting with these Flock folks in Atlanta. And I want to make it clear, no matter how much of it was paid for, no matter how much of it was present at all, you don't need either the wine or the dine to be wine and dined by these companies. And I think it's worth noting that so far as I can tell, this is the extent of the research. As many of your disenfranchised constituents told you all on April 8th, all it takes is a Google search to know just how compromised Flock is, above and beyond the standards of this decrepit, horrific industry that's increasingly gaining ground in this country as our surveillance state persists. Now, the feeling I got, the feeling that pervaded this meeting was this immense sense of paranoia around this roll call vote or recall vote, excuse me, that I didn't even know was happening until these folks informed me, until Chair Woodward, in fact, informed me. To anybody on the commission who feels afraid of a recall, I would just ask you, why? Did you perhaps renege on some of your promises? And I was asked flat out by another participant in this meeting, do you really think this is worth recalling a Democratic commissioner? Yes, I do. Because I don't think along party lines. I don't think the Democratic Party can claim my vote by birthright. They've got to earn it like everybody else. And I think, I don't believe in a quote-unquote democracy that's owned, in fact, by the wealthy who can wine and dine politicians into doing what they want. I believe in a democratic republic. One of the core principles of a true democratic republic is that representatives are accountable to their constituents and that they are, in fact, easily recallable by their constituents. If you're worried about losing the election, take a look back at the people who put you here in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Heather Hadley, followed by Ellie Mosier, and then Madeline Loss.
Konbanwa, good evening. I am Heather Hadley. I am a resident of Troy and a proud citizen of Oakland County. On the eve of Asian American and Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, I stand before you a proud fourth generation Japanese American woman who 84 years ago this year, my family were incarcerated without due process with their civil liberties completely trashed, and I have to endure the generational trauma of this. Today in 2026, I now see our immigrant brothers and sisters enduring a lot of the same treatment, and it's happening here in this great county. I'm very disappointed. Sorry, I'm trying to get back to my notes. A week ago, Dave Woodward, you came to our Troy Democratic meeting unannounced, quite frankly, uninvited. I do sit as a trustee on the executive board. This is not something that I was even made aware of. I thought it very interesting that when you were given time to speak, that you went through a litany of great accomplishments that the Democratic caucus in the time that you've become a majority have achieved here in Oakland County, which I'm very proud of, and I was very grateful to hear from. But you used that time after the April 8th meeting to come and fluff your feathers as if to distract us from really what is going on. And this is my first commission meeting to attend, and quite honestly, I'm very disappointed to see in how it is being ran and organized. Thank you. A bachelorette party is ran better and organized than what I have saw tonight. Biggest thing, and I addressed this in a question to you at our meeting, is that tech companies are being given immense amount of power. You, in the Channel 7 article, this board has given you the ability to speak on behalf. When does it end? As far as you being able to just say, yes, we're allowing this tech company to come into our county for safety, and doing so with impunity. Who are you beholden to? And it needs to be us, the citizens, in conjunction with your fellow commissioners, whether there's an R or a D next to their name. But as it stands, the flock document that you have available online that I've only been able to find, that you were very adamant to tell me was online, really does not give us as citizens and our right to privacy any regard to. I think you really need to do better because your job is on the line.
Thank you very much, Heather. Ellie Mosher, and then Dominique V.
Hi. First, I'd like to say I respect all of you guys for being so polite and calm and collected while you're speaking. That is not a skill I've pertained very well to. David Woodward, I would like to ask you and really have you ponder what exactly happened in Atlanta, Georgia, that you decided 2.5 million can go to Flock? What happened? What did they give you that made it worth selling out your county? Did they change your diaper? Did they wipe your butt? Or did they do nothing? Does it take anything for you to sell your soul away to these tech billionaires? Sell out your county. Sell out your soul. I'm going to keep this plain and simple. Dave Woodward, go fuck yourself.
Watch the language. Dominique V. Is Dominique here? Oh, no. Okay, so Madeline Loss. No, Madeline Loss. Okay, what do we got here? Taya Lyons.
Hi, I was seventh in line to speak, but thanks for saving me for the end.
At the last meeting, I called out that your jobs depended on the vote you made, and Dave, you scoffed and waved me off. But the thing is, I don't make empty promises. This is happening. You will be recalled. What happened at the last meeting was a blatant violation of democracy at its core. Each of you were elected to represent the will of the people in your district. Not only did you fail to give your constituents an opportunity to speak, but you have since claimed that these opinions of the people make no difference to you when deciding on legislation that affects us all. The morning after the last meeting, I shared a video of exactly what transpired here that reached millions of people across Michigan. Within 24 hours of that meeting, I was able to collect contact information from hundreds of people in your district, Dave, who are ready and eager to sign the recall the moment I send them a message. Believe me when I say, you have already lost this battle, and your days in this office will be over come November. Now, for everyone else who voted to approve flock drones without listening to a word from your constituents, you're going to want to pay close attention to this next part. You see, we've been strategic. We aren't just collecting contact info on people in Dave's district. We're collecting contact info from every person in Oakland County who was upset by the way you all conducted yourselves, and we have them categorized by district. Today, we the people offer you, the rest of you, a chance to do the right thing, to do your jobs as they are intended to be done, and cancel the flock drone program at the next meeting. If you fail to reverse this dereliction of duty to represent the people of Oakland County, we, as your constituents, will recall each and every one of you who approved this to find alternative members of the public who are better suited for the seats in this chamber. You may think you hold power in your positions. You may feel as though your positions are safe. But the days of indifference to local politics and complacent, self-serving politicians is over. You work for us, and this is what accountability looks like. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have some more people. There's some people who signed up for the first comment, and even though you barely spoke about items on the agenda, I'm going to go and recognize those individuals if they want to continue to speak. Angana Shaw. She left, okay. Nancy Poprovsky, do you want to speak again? Laura Vogel, you'll be next if you want to speak again. Followed by Philip Decker. You haven't spoke yet, so yes, I will recognize you first, and then after Nancy. Yes, you haven't spoken at all yet.
Nancy Poprovsky, Royal Oak. December 17, 2025, most Oakland County Commissioners voted against full financial disclosure for themselves and other county officials. This is similar to the president refusing to release his tax returns and then was forced after 4 years. Both make me wonder, why? Why didn't we hear about the Oakland County chair working for Sheets, not until Sheets was already in the planning process to get voted on in Royal Oak? We the people also learned after the fact that the chair went to Flock Safety Headquarters to learn about drone technology, and they paid for it. We, the taxpayers, pay the chair to research contracts, especially with billionaire questionable Flock. Funny, Ferndale did their research and ended Flock's partnership due to its impact on civil liberties. I wish our whole county commission would have saved our civil liberties. Instead, most voted for corrupt billionaire-owned Flock. Here is an untrue, exaggerated take by the Oakland County chair, and I quote, "The people behind this recall are more interested in stirring up chaos and helping Republicans?" End of quote. The real truth, David, the majority of speakers were Democrats. The chair went on to say others advocate for political violence. David, me? Oh, come on, I've been a hippie since 1972. Also not true. The majority of the 200 plus residents who booed you on April 8th did so because of being shocked at the lack of democracy, freedom of speech, and civil liberties when you stripped your voters the right to speak before the crucial vote on FLOC. Then you stated, voters see this for what it is, end of quote. Well, I believe that's why they started a recall. After undemocratic actions, they see what you did. Why did you do that? And then I read, Mr. Chair, that you stated your recall won't happen. So if it doesn't, can you do ethical Democrats a favor like me? Can you move a vote to move Commissioner Cavell to your spot in District 1 so I can vote for a commissioner who doesn't work or support billionaires who support Trump like the owners of Sheetz and Flock? Furthermore, wouldn't it be better to spend our tax dollars on further educating and enlightening our human police, our precious children, saving green space rather than encroaching on our civil liberties that eventually will be the demise of democracy and our planet? Thank you.
Thank you. So, Laura, wait a second. Someone who hasn't spoken at all yet, and then I'll come to you. Okay.
Thank you. So, hi, Laura Vogel, White Lake. I'm in Phil Weipert's district, and I'm a Republican, actually. And I don't know if you you have the Oakland County Republican News, but in issue 83, the deliberate conflicts of Commissioner Dave Woodward, and it goes on and on. So you are a liability to this commission. So take it for what it's worth. Also, I don't know if Lake Orion ever got the information that it was seeking. Because the commissioners aren't right now in the census, so I don't know if they ever got you the answers that they were looking for, but anyway, if they didn't, I'm sure that we will hear from them again.
Thank you.
First of all, I need you all to listen, because when y'all clap and smack and make noise, I've been very sick, and it put my nerves at edge. So I want to speak, and I want to speak now, okay? And y'all can do what y'all want to do after I speak.
If you could state your name for the record.
Plus, my name is Minister Veronica Taylor, and I live in Pontiac, Michigan. I'm a proud Democrat. I used to be. And the reason why I say I used to be, I wasn't even on the speaker list. I've been coming here for the last 3 Thursdays, observing what's going on. I, right now, feel as a human being, I don't want to be a human being a part of this, or watching from this side or this side. To weigh, first.
Veronica, address me.
Okay. First of all, I have watched and listened and listened. We voted them in. Instead of acting ugly, we can vote them out and do it politically with a sign. Something you don't like, you do it politically and with dignity and class. We don't have to act ugly, or like you say, they act ugly. We can act decent. I don't like to watch Democrats on this side fighting because they want to be put in a position. I don't like to see the Republicans fighting against each other. Right now in Louisville, the state of Louisville, where the state have voted, where no one of color, no one of any other racistness will be able to vote. Now, we're sitting here in the state of Michigan. We got a governor that fights hard for us. We as Democrats and Republicans, we want to be able to keep those seats and be able to vote. How can we do that when we are steady fighting against one another? We don't know how to talk to each other civilly without starting. We had a Democrat convention where people acted ugly at the conventions. When are we going to act like we have some respect instead of like what we got in the White House? If we want to remove somebody, you can protest outside dignity without making people feel uncomfortable that's in their seats. We have to do this strategically and professionally. And as a woman that have been doing this since I was 16, going from door to door, getting politically, putting people in seats, I know how to do it correctly without being dismantled or looking like we are less human beings. You don't want him in the seat, you got a petition already going. Then you hold it up and speak with dignity and class. That's how you do it professionally. Y'all have made me feel like I don't want to be a human in this United States of America anymore. And if you all as Democrats on this side can't get along, y'all need to learn how to respect one another on both sides of the aisle.
Thank you very much, Ms. Taylor. Marguerite Gupta, did you want to? And then Mr. Philip Decker, if you would like to speak again.
All right, it's Margaret Gupta, Oakland County, Oakland Township. There's so many similarities among everybody speaking tonight. There's a lot of dissension among people about the leadership, most specifically Oakland County leadership. You guys are all leaders here. You're elected. Ethics, morals, following the laws. Chief Judge Mattis said it. We follow the laws. We serve the public. Really? I'm looking at people here that I've begged, asked to make a record, correct the records. I've got all the recordings of the records that I'm asking about. I've got the original recordings. 90 of my statements were removed by Judge Lisa Langton or her chambers or somebody. We don't know. Nobody made a record of it. Nobody made it on my court record. My court records are not specific. They're not correct. And they have a lot of inaccuracies. You guys avoid the topics for the Zoom security that has no security or safeguards. You avoid the topic of my cell phone number being invalid in the judiciary at the state level. You guys avoid the corruption of 5 Zoom records. You avoid the fraud on the court. I'm unable to go to a higher court. I'm unable to go to any court in Michigan because it's at the state level. My phone number is invalid in their system. My phone number is invalid to call them. My phone number is invalid for them to call me. I can't go to any state court, including the Michigan Supreme Court. Who else has that other than being targeted? I'm targeted. It's called victim, right? Serve the public following the laws. Judge Mattis doesn't do it. It's interesting how he left. You guys have a duty and obligation to take down, to take action. That's your sworn oath. It's MCL 15.151. You're supposed to investigate. You're supposed to stop the corruption. You're supposed to identify the perpetrators. You're supposed to identify the methods of how they did it. You're supposed to fix the records. You're supposed to provide a remedy. You guys didn't do it. I've been told, Margaret, we cannot help you. Contrary laws and statutes says you have the duty to help me. You says that there's nothing can be done. Yeah, there can be done. Absolutely. It's called take action. But I'll tell you this. Somebody can do something, they just don't want to do it, and that's you guys. You're not taking action. You guys haven't put me on any of the committee agenda boards. You haven't gotten any type of, hey, we need to do something. I'm here to confirm every meeting that you guys aren't going to do anything. Does that make sense? I'm doing a test. How many meetings is it going to take before the confirmation is there? Whoever controls the record controls the kingdom, guys, and that's what's going on.
Thank you, Ms. Gupta. And that concludes the people that I had in the list. Oh, no. Mr. Decker first. I'm sorry. I thought you were there and then you'd moved. Yes, Mr. Decker first. And then.
So, if I wanted to build a dissident hunting machine and put it in every city in America, I wouldn't sell it as a dissident hunting machine. I'd say I'm not tracking everyone to look for criminals, undesirables, and dissidents, immigrants, undesirables, and dissidents. No, I'm tracking everyone to look for criminals. Because if I get my way, those two will soon be one and the same. So yeah, of course I'm looking for criminals. My definition of criminal is different than yours. That's the key part. So Ferndale recently canceled their flock contract because they found that ICE had been using, or other agencies had been using their cameras to search for ICE. Over 300 queries that we know about were used for ICE searches. The rest we won't know because there is literally zero accountability for someone performing a flock search. None at all. We will never know why more than half of these searches were performed. All we will know is that they were done. What for? We don't know. So, we won't be safe as long as there is a single flock device active in our community. So honestly, I don't care how many crimes this helps you solve. The fact that ICE was able to get any benefit at all from even one single camera means that flock has put us in infinitely more danger than any amount of unsolved street-level crime ever could. I need to be clear about this. Flock is an invitation for state-sanctioned violence. We can solve crimes with other means. If we don't have flock, we can still solve murders. We can still solve robberies. We can still find missing people and stolen cars. What we cannot do is that what is going to happen is that when these cameras are used by the feds to track down dissidents, immigrants, and undesirables, there will be no justice for those victims. So when we talk about flock being a tool to implement justice, it can literally never be that. Never. So obviously, at this point, it should be obvious to everyone that flock is incredibly unpopular. That alone should be enough for all of you to want to repeal it. But if that's not enough, let's talk about the fact that this flock contract was made through shady backroom deals, and Dave Woodward made you all who voted yes look like fools for it. And if that's still not enough, think of it as an opportunity to keep your jobs. Redo the flock vote, vote no, and let's do the right thing.
Thank you, sir. Ms. McGregor?
Robin McGregor, Waterford. One of the questions that I asked in the caucus is, has corporate counsel given their approval for this? I know this isn't question and answer, like I said there. But I've never seen you take a vote on something that corporate counsel hasn't approved of. It was a few years ago that when you had the body cams, that this same committee sat down and said, we will come up with policy and procedures before we put those body cameras on our police officers. My question is, the sheriffs have their policy. Don't abide to you guys. We elected all of you. I have a Republican as my commissioner. Every person has the right to make this policy for any surveillance or cameras that you're having. Why isn't that a piece of law? Why aren't we moving forward with this? We have a transparency board that Flock talks about. Never heard that in any of this. In Waterford, this young lady was told $2,200 for the same system that you purchased for $2.5 million. If it's transparent, she shouldn't have to pay $2,200 for it in Waterford. How are we helping our people? Because when you are surveilled by somebody else, where is that data going to be? That transparency page, if anybody is accessible to it, how are they going to use that same data against our people and for themselves? There's a lot of bad people out there. There's a lot of good people out there. How do we help make that difference? And please, start with Lago. Put that policy and procedure together on anything that surveils anybody in this county, because that's the first place, because it protects our police department, because that's why you did that for their cameras. But why aren't we doing it for this? Because it's about us. I am Oakland County. I live in this county. I care about this county. We are so much better than this. Let's show the people what we are and what we can grow to be. Because it doesn't matter if I'm a Democrat or Republican. It's about my county, where I live, and my community, so that they know who I am and what we do to be here. Because guys, I have better things to do on Thursday nights. I've been coming here for a couple years now. Love you, but I want to come here with a positive, not always a negative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That completes anyone that signed up. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? You can come to the mic and state your name for the record and community of residence.
Hello, my name is Anna Morris. I live in Pontiac, citizen of Oakland County. Today I would like to come again to advocate for the proposals that have been set forth to provide funding for all of our immigrant communities who have been horrendously impacted by ICE. One of the things I would like to emphasize is this commission's continued metaphor that they are not being affected to the extent that they are in our community. Do you want to know why immigrants and people that are being extremely targeted by ICE and Oakland County Sheriff's Department, we have objective evidence of them colluding together in mass? It is because they are terrified of anybody related to the United States government on any level. The reason you're not hearing about all of the hundreds of people that have been taken by ICE is because nobody has given them any reason to believe that you care. Because you have not funded any legal aid, you have not funded food for children, you have not funded any resources for these people to provide any kind of certainty that they can even protect any civil liberty that's given to any person who is in the United States of America. Now, you may think, again, where are the evidence? The reason you're not getting the evidence is because people view as dictators. People who have any reason to look remotely Hispanic are now having to carry their passports. They're having to carry their birth certificates in their car. I spoke to someone who's running for state senate, who is a Hispanic-looking man, and even him, a citizen of this country since birth, is now routinely having to carry his passport. And he's running for Senate because of how intently the racial discrimination and profiling is happening with ICE in our community. I have personally heard stories of a child who was quite literally left outside of an apartment in January because his mother was taken by ICE. ICE doesn't do any verification of anyone. They took the mother off the street in a traffic stop, and a child was quite literally left out in the cold. The only reason that kid didn't get frostbite and die is because somebody happened to have a phone number for one of our community networks that a person had to then go out and make sure that this child was okay. The child was stuck in the bushes outside of his apartment in January. You need to provide advocacy for these people to be able to fight for their own civil liberties. Not providing this funding is leading to people dying, and just because you do not have a graph that states it empirically does not mean that it is not the reality of the citizens in your community.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Can you state your name and community of residence for the record?
My name is Cynthia Schnard. I live on Poplar Park in Pleasant Ridge, Michigan. Very happily am a grandmother of one, probably going to be the one and done, who's going to be 3 in 3 weeks. And she's half Latina. And her dad has a job in public health. My daughter also, they do a lot of work in Detroit in the community, helping immigrant families and people, advocating for them. And they went to Mexico in October, and I was terrified because my son-in-law's mom and dad were going along with them. They were going and visiting her family in Monterrey. And she has her green card. She's been naturalized or green card holder for 50 years. And it just terrified me. What's going to happen when she goes there? Are they going to let her come back? And my heart was just gripping the whole time they were gone for the 2 weeks until they were all safely back. And then my son-in-law decided that he was going to apply for his Mexican citizenship because his mother allows him to be able to do that. I started doing research in my own family. I have some family members who support the current administration, sadly, in Washington, D.C. And I looked at genealogy records from both sides of my family. And through my great-grandfather and through my grandfather, I am Canadian. And I'm pursuing that. I have no intent of leaving the United States. I'm a proud American. But I want my family to be able to have options. And when I see this body starting to do things that represent the things that are disgusting in Washington, D.C., and to not let Mike speak, and to leave this chamber, okay, you know, I've been holding up my recall sign. I'm going to vote to recall you. I'm going to vote to recall anybody who does not rescind this flock thing. It's disgusting. Even King Charles had bipartisan support in the chamber when he discussed checks and balances and cited the Magna Carta. We need to do the same.
Thank you very much.
My name is Addison Grady. I live in Lake Orion. I did not plan on making a comment today, but just overhearing the kind of discussion between whether or not it's a 911 drone, whether or not it's a surveillance drone, I did just want to share a story of when I probably would have been in my family a candidate for one of these 911 emergency drones. Because just letting you know from the people that would probably be used on them, we don't want them either. I have had family members who have gone missing due to mental health crises, and we have used local resources like local police, local helicopters, sent dogs, and they were able to be found within 24 hours, safe and at home and untraumatized by being hunted down by unknown machinery, by things that they have never seen before, by objects by which someone dealing with a mental health crisis, I'm sure, could not handle the sight of and would definitely run straight from. I cannot tell you how much it helped my family member to see a friendly face, to see a badge that they could recognize, to hear voices that were telling them that they were safe and that they were members from their community that were there to help them. I also have nieces who have been affected by conditions like autism, and there are consequences from that. One being eloping. Anyone who doesn't know what eloping is, it is a sudden urge to run or to flee from a certain situation caused by overstimulus or a number of other things, and it happens very suddenly with autistic children. I have also had an autistic child go missing in Oakland County and was found by local community members and local police, and it did not require a 911 drone. It did not require surveillance. It required members of the community coming together and caring about their neighbors and caring about the outcome of our own Oakland County. And so I would just like to say, from the people that you would probably send these 911 drones to, we don't want them either. We don't want you in our Board of Commissions. We don't want you having surveillance over our lives, and we never asked for this either. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Michelle, and I'm Oakland County. At our last meeting, I stood right here and read the NSPM 7 onto the record. I did that to warn you that the government is building a framework to label peaceful dissent as political violence, to justify mass surveillance. Chair Woodward, instead of listening, you used that warning as a manual. You waited a few days and went to the media and used those exact same words to smear the residents of this county. You didn't misspeak. You strategically used the federal labeling to target the people you're supposed to represent. You told the press that the decision is what it is. Nobody changed their mind. If you already decided our voices are zero influence, then you've officially stopped representing us and started trying to manage us like a threat. We saw the blueprint for what this management is in Waterford at the meeting. I was there as they were placing a drone on top of the bus depot. I watched two high-ranking officers as they sat in a room of the peaceful public. There was no threat. The board president did not think we needed backup. But the moment a board member lost his temper and yelled, "Shut up," to the public, the chief's partner called in for backup. This is what public safety looks like under your leadership. The presence of police is used to justify the escalation and more police. And this is sitting on top of a school building. This is a manufactured crisis. You're using the badge as a personal mute button for the First Amendment. Chief Underwood admitted these flock drones can be used for predictive crime and crowd control. We have 30 drones and 2 helicopters. We don't need more search tools. Flock is just being utilized for their third-party surveillance abilities. It's absurd to put surveillance drones at our children's bus garages while you treat our neighborhoods like a tactical zone. And let's be clear, you aren't even pro-police. We meet in Pontiac, a city that doesn't even have its own police department because of budget cuts. And you're stonewalling Orion Township, forcing their supervisor to file a FOIA just to see the math to get their policing correct. You're telling our townships to pay up or lose deputies while you fast-track $2.5 million deal for a private vendor who paid for your travel to Georgia. Between your Sheets side job and your pivot point firm that works for a third of the board, we know who you're really protecting. It isn't the people, and it isn't the deputies on the street. We aren't stirring up chaos, Chair Woodward. We are the experts that you ignored. We're doctors, we're data scientists, we're teachers. We are not a mob. We are just aware.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think. You state your name and community.
Hi. I'm Jill Dunphy. I live in Rochester Hills, and I'm Oakland County. I live in a community that is carpeted with flock cameras. We don't need any more flocks. We have a lot of data that is being abused, that is being hacked. I've already been hacked twice in the last couple of years through hospitals, through banks, through credit cards. I don't know what makes anybody think that flock drones are going to be any different. And the data that's collected can be used by anybody for nefarious means. Just because it's written down by the sheriff to say, well, we have this data retention and transparency policy here, but it's very unclear. I was just reading it. This was issued in 2024. I don't think it's been updated. but there's no mention about judicial warrants or anything that would protect innocent people from having their data collected or being followed by the drones or having their data used against them to be arrested by ICE. And until this body decides to write it down that you're not going to cooperate with ICE, this still remains a problem. And I'll read this one paragraph under the transparency and protecting individuals' privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties. This paragraph says, for the purposes of this order, real or perceived personal characteristics to include but not limited to race, ethnic background, national origin, immigration status, gender identity/expression, sexual orientation, religion, socioeconomic status, age, disability, or political affiliation. It's not a complete sentence. I don't know what it means. It doesn't relate to anything. It could be used against all of these because it's not clear. We have loopholes here. This is what I'm hearing all evening is we've been indoctrinated by fear. We're so afraid of each other that we need drones, that we need cameras on every corner, that we're not trusting one another to take care of each other. We don't trust you because you're Republicans. We don't trust you because you left a meeting and wouldn't let us speak. We don't trust you because you take trips and don't tell anybody about it because it's a conflict of interest. What's happening here? It's a nightmare. It has to stop. You have the responsibility. I am a 74-year-old woman. I live in Rochester Hills. I am a voter. I do not have a title of commissioner or senator or representative of anything except my house. But I am a voter, and I will use it if you folks don't shape up.
Thank you very much.
Lord, I didn't plan on this. My name's Danielle Blanchard. I've lived in Waterford for 65, I know I don't look it, 65 years now. And I've only left to study in Chicago, my second hometown, very temporary basis. I've lived in 4 domiciles, and I'm back at my birth home fixing it up because it was solid built, and I love where I live. I remember when it was the boonies. I remember when M59 was 2 lanes. What we've done to Waterford is not what I'm going to talk about tonight. But I will refer to what one fellow said, or woman, I don't know, earlier about the poisons that we're putting on our grass and all that. It was all lovely. I would remind you, I lived on the Clinton River for a while. It gets kind of dicey at times when people pollute in it and stuff. But it's still a beautiful place. And we're going to be losing a lot of our resources, especially water. You guys cannot forget that drones are using AI and sucking massive resources. And they're coming for these data centers, and that's part of the picture. We don't want it. We don't need it. I'm a techie. I'm a recording artist. That's part of the reason I used to go to Chicago all the time. I love all those computery things. I had a computer in my classroom in Clarkston before they even had a computer lab as a music teacher. I was way into it, but not to ruin humanity. We need to wake the heck up and get our priorities straight. We owe it to our citizens. Surveillance is only part of it. It's the whole big picture. It's dystopian, it's disgusting, and I am so glad, even though I don't look it, that I'm 65 because I've been wanting to die more and more often. I hate it here. I hate this life. I hate what's happening to my country, and there's nowhere for me to go. I stay inside my house because I don't relate to people anymore. And my backyard's gorgeous, so, you know. I have stuffed animals because I was smart enough not to have kids because I would never want them to deal with this. And I've been feeling this way for 20-some years saying I don't want it to get worse than this because how can kids deal with this? Wake up and help us.
Share your name and...
My name's Stephen Allen Camber of West Bloomfield, and I also had residence and lived in Oak Park and Ferndale, and lived out west for 14 years, and then came back here, and my God, what a nightmare. So I don't know where to start. Maybe we should start about birds. You know what birds have? They have a left wing, and they got a right wing, and they work together. And so as far as I'm concerned, it's we the people against all the tyrannical people that are against us. Okay, that's first off. Secondly, you know, I've been thinking about, in West Bloomfield, most of us don't have fences. I thought, wow, I'm gonna put up a privacy fence. Then I heard about these drones. What's the point? You know, I mean, maybe my neighbors will not be able to see me, but anytime you guys want, you can just fly right overhead, take a look what I got in my backyard. Oh, looks like maybe there's a citation there. He's got a tree that came down or whatever, you know? It's just more invasion of my privacy. And it's just not right. And we're spending more useless money. I haven't been here before the board for a while now. Last time I was here, I was talking about you guys giving money to the World Economic Forum. Is that crap still happening? Because that's a bunch of bullshit. And then these drones spending money to surveil us. We're paying to have ourselves surveilled. Does anybody like that? I mean, if you all live in Oakland County, do you like that? Think about it. Take time to really think about it, because it's not going to just end with, oh, well, we're just helping with traffic or we're just helping with crime or whatever. Yeah, I'd rather you spend that money on actual police officers or sheriff's department. And that's another thing. The sheriff is supposed to be the constitutional sheriffs to look after the people. Right now, they're looking after you like we're all the criminals here. We're just trying to here just stay our point, you know? And then I see all these votes. It's kind of like a rubber stamp. It doesn't seem like there's really actually voting. Oh, another thing, oh, we're going to charge $40 for a fine for not registering your dog in time? So that's 3 times the amount of what it's cost. So what, if I don't pay my taxes on time, are you going to charge me 3 times the amount to fine me for my taxes one day? We're setting a precedence. It's a bad precedence to be setting. We need to stop this crap, and everybody needs to straighten out. And yeah, do I like the idea of recalling people? No, we voted for you. But you know what? I'm going to have to support the people doing the recall if you don't change your minds and get rid of this drone crap right away. And, you know, as far as rubber stamping, I would think, Mr. Woodward, you would kind of have some interest in this. I remember when L. Brooks Patterson died, and there was 20 people that put their name in the ring to be the county commissioner, and not one of them was picked. They picked David Coulter. So that affected you. And I was one of the people that put my hat in the ring, too. I didn't even get a FU note saying sorry. Have a good day.
Right. Thank you very much. Okay, are we... Oh.
My name is Sarah Staub. I am a resident of Clarkston. I'm really curious how long these meetings used to be. I spoke last meeting. It was my first meeting coming to Oakland County level. And I didn't know any of your names, honestly, even my own. I do now, and I have all of you to thank for that. One thing with our flock drone issue is that I may be speaking to people on the outside of the room a bit about all of the AI replacing jobs perspective. I know I want a human to be showing up, to be doing anything that has to do with seeing what may be going on. I don't know, it's just a thought. I just really thought that that should be said out loud. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we're good. Okay. If anyone wants to speak, would you please come to the front so we can expedite.
That's right.
Welcome.
Tracy Gayboard. I live in West Bloomfield. I've come to a number of these meetings, and I'm a proud Democrat, and when I like the Republicans better than I like the Democrats, it's a sad day. Really. You know, you people are embarrassing. In your intermission, you dig your hole, Dave Woodward. You just keep digging it and digging it. And then you jest and act like this is a stunt that we're doing. It's insulting because you think we're stupid. And one thing we're not is stupid. These are smart people here. They do their homework. And you pissed them off so badly that they're going to get you. They're going to get you off this board. And they're going to get the next person, your partner here, who smirks the whole time she's up there at these people commenting. It's disgraceful. Shame on you. Okay, we'll get you, and we'll get you, and we'll get you, and we'll get y'all. Okay, it's too late, frankly. You've already showed your colors, so no matter how you vote, you can all go. Maybe the four of you who didn't can stay. Maybe. Okay, and I'm done with the dignity in class thing that the pastor just spoke about. Screw that. You people have no dignity in class. That shit's gone out the window. You're a disgrace. You're a disgrace, and I want the people watching in TV land to see all this, to see how passionate people are when they come here and they want you off this board, and you off this board, and you off this board, and you. And some of you people think that you're here to do what you want to do. All right, I heard it at your meeting. One of the ladies. You're here to do what the people want. You're not here to do what you want. We didn't vote for you to do what you want. We're here to tell you this isn't what we want. These cameras, I learned a lot coming here, which these folks were polite and diligent and at least listened, and I could see some, maybe breakthrough here to say that these cameras maybe aren't the right thing. I'm a retired cop. I'm all for law enforcement. I'm all for giving them tools. Hire more cops, for heaven's sakes. Cops shouldn't like this either because you're replacing their bodies with drones. And yes, drones might be a great idea if there weren't such a goddamn privacy concern and ICE running around violating all of our rights. Maybe in a different era, a drone would be a good thing. Hey, how about putting drones in your police cars so the cops don't have to get out of the car and get shot and killed like they were in my department, in my place where I live? Let's invest in bodies and quit taking bribes is probably what you're doing.
Thank you very much.
Ann Rozadka from Walled Lake. I am Oakland County. I say no to flock, change your vote, or be recalled. No to ICE. Support the 6 asks that we've been asking for since February. Washtenaw County passed it. I know we've brought this up several times. How great is that? Because Washtenaw County did a brave and a great thing. What a great group of commissioners they are. I understand that you're afraid the Nazi regime in Washington, D.C. will sue or cut off funding to Oakland County. Well, let me tell you that I was at the Democratic Convention, and the AG that was nominated from Washtenaw County, the one that got sued, he is the one that's going to be on the ballot. What a badge of honor to be sued for protecting people and doing the right thing. So let's be a little bit more like Washtenaw County. Don't be afraid. I mean, they're getting sued. But come on, it's for the right reason. And now he's going to probably be our next AG in Michigan. Why don't you all try it? See how it feels to do the right thing.
Thank you very much, ma'am. All right, I think that concludes. Thank you. One more.
Hi, Chris Garr from Royal Oak. Last time when I spoke here, I didn't speak so great. I want to apologize on your behalf for bringing that out in me. So there's the 5 stages of grief. I'm sure you guys are all aware in leadership positions and as people leaders, there's the 5 stages of grief. So I was experiencing part of that stage of grief in my local government. I've already experienced it at the federal level. I've also experienced it at the state level. Now I know that the local government is also dead. So you'll have to forgive me for that. Now, moving on from that, I introduced myself a little bit about my background. I'm also a former teacher, so I want to provide some education to you guys. So what you guys are at right now is called rock bottom. You have an opportunity. You have an opportunity to build up. So you're in a very unique position where you know that somebody's coming for your position. What you have the ability to do as a leader is train the next generation. Now, I've heard a lot of interesting things tonight from you guys. I've even heard some commissioner talk about comparing a truck price to the price of a degree. Degrees are much more than the truck price. It's maybe time to start thinking about who's going to come up next and how we can move on and create a better generation. Mr. Woodward, you're a math person, I recently found out. Math-wise, when we're saying that, like, oh, we got to close this down early to protect our staff, they don't get paid and all this stuff like that. We're talking a lot about budgets tonight. We've got officers here still. The longer this goes on, the more they got to get paid for staying here. Officers, I'm assuming, are a bit more expensive than regular staff. So when you interrupt the meeting, when you take this big hiatus back there just to, cool down, you're adding on time and adding on deficit. You're directly doing that. In addition to that, when somebody, I believe over here on the right side, I won't name names or anything like that, they said something like the sheriff wanted these things, right? I want to provide for the sheriff. The sheriff wants these things, they approve it. That makes sense. You know what? That's fair. The problem is that's not your job. Your job is to be the minds of the room. The brawn is the police department. You guys make the big decisions. The brawns carry out those decisions. So I want to remind you guys, again, I'm from the East Coast. I've been living here for about 4 years now. I want to remind you guys on the East Coast in Philly, what happens when we give the police all the toys that they need to do their job? They dropped a bomb in the 1980s and decimated an entire neighborhood. So if you give them too many things, they will use them the best way that they see fit. You can make arguments about whether it's good or bad or indifferent, but they're still going to use them. So don't give them the toys that they have this ability to do with. And again, if you want help with logic and reasoning, I'm here to offer support for free. That still stands. But again, we're coming for you. It's time to recall. It's time to step back, start training the next person instead of trying to cover your ass.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will close public comment, and we will stand adjourned at 10:14 until May 21st, 2026, or call the chair. Drive safe, everyone.